have to go manual, clerk. So are you guys ready? Okay. All right. I'm going to call to order the Washoe County Board of County Commissioners meeting for October 25th. I apologize for us being late. We're still having a little bit of a technical difficulty, but we're going to forge on. We're going to start with a salute to the flag. Captain Mosley, would you lead us this morning in the pledge?
Yes, sir.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk, would you give us a roll call, please?
Von Hartung, Chair.
Here.
Vice Chair Alexis Hill.
Yes.
Bob Lucy.
Here.
Kitty Jong. Present. Jeannie Herman.
Here.
County Manager Eric Brown.
Here.
Assistant District Attorney Nathan Edwards.
Here.
And I'm Chief Deputy County Clerk Kathy Smith. You have a quorum, sir.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Mr. Manager, would you take us into item number 3?
Item 3 is a presentation and discussion by Dana Searcy, Division Director, Housing and Homeless Services for Washoe County regarding updates on the Nevada Cares campus.
Welcome, Ms. Searcy.
Good morning. So today we're going to take a closer look into the investment in the CARES campus. A lot of what you're going to see is presentation material and slides that we have shared and discussed over the past year of presentations, but we brought it all together in one tidy presentation as well as some updates on what our construction budget looks like. So first, status and direction. Last January, we talked a lot at our workshop with the board about the need in our community. We're really seeing unprecedented average rental rates going up. We're seeing our affordable housing units stay fairly flat, along with all the other factors in our economy right now and the pandemic. This is resulting in a lot of increase across the nation, really, in these counts that we're watching for unsheltered and also sheltered homeless counts. That little chart on the right is a new thing that we've pulled. This is from HUD. We, Nevada, are ranked 10th in the nation. And those little COC ranks on there, we're on the top. Nevada 501 is the Reno, Sparks, Washoe County area. So about 26 individuals experiencing homelessness for every 10,000 in population. It's a pretty significant number. At the same time, over the past 5 years or so, we have all been watching a lot of our care facilities and our group homes close. Most recently with West Hills, we feel that impact in our community and our system. So as a community, we said we're gonna make some commitments. We're gonna do some research. We're gonna figure out what direction we're gonna go. And as we've worked with these subject matter experts in homeless services and housing across the nation, we consistently receive the same message. There are some set best practices, and this is our regional priorities for homelessness, which reflects all of those best practices. Centralized data for clients, our regional outreach. You're seeing this in our HOPE teams and our Clean and Safe team with Reno, our housing clients faster. This is the housing first approach. Again, housing first is not housing only. Also, unsheltering our unsheltered, getting them off the streets and into programs with some supportive services. Accessible care for all is about having enough case managers, that case manager ratio that you continue to hear about, and a regional approach to affordable housing. Of course, the county is focused on the supportive housing piece of that. We've accomplished quite a bit. We've implemented a lot. Between our place and CARES campus opening, we have tripled capacity for shelter beds in our region over the past 3 years. So diving deeper into the CARES campus specifically, this we talked about last month in September, but just again, lay of the land, this is what the current site plan looks like that is under construction. The only thing on here that is not in the budget, so you're gonna see, is that phase 5 supportive housing. That is the extra acre of land that was gained at the campus by filling up that governor's bowl with soil. And so right now, there is an application into Home Means Nevada. If we can find some funding, then it is an opportunity, but it is not included in the budgets for CARES Campus at this moment. This is an updated budget from the one we shared in April. The two items on here in gold, that Housing Authority purchase, property purchase, as well as the remediation of the fuel tanks and the demo of all the buildings on that property. Those are the two items that were not presented in April. Those have been decisions that were made since that time. And other than that, we've not seen a lot of increase in price cost estimates. So we're sitting right at about 78 million for the entire CARES Campus. The little pie chart next to that breaks down where that funding is going. You can see there's a significant investment, mostly in the services aspect of the campus, but also the housing aspect. This slide you've also seen before when we came to you in April and presented the increased budget due to looking at a lot of new things at the campus, what's really needed, what kind of staffing is needed, that kind of thing. We brought this updated budget with reasons why that number was higher. Yes, a lot of it is inflation and escalation that we're seeing, but it also is about hardening the materials and making sure that we don't have future maintenance concerns. It's about increasing the amount of space for staff. We've increased staff. We need more office space to provide therapy and case management. And then also that RHA property makes up much of what that increase was. So looking at the $78 million, you can see $59 million has already been identified. Those are the different breakdowns of where that funding is coming from. The yellow box is showing the outside of that identified funding. What are we looking at? So we're still anticipating about $3 million from the capital campaign, and we have our app in for the 50 units of supportive housing that we hope to hear sometime soon. From the Home Means Nevada funding, $20 million, which would round out this budget. You can see in the pie chart, this breaks down the different jurisdictions and different buckets of funding that's coming in. There's private, federal, local, and state dollars on there. It's truly a collaborative project. On the operations side, the homeless services budget this year is $31.8 million. That includes the CARES Campus. 17.4 million is that number, plus Our Place and about a dozen smaller programs. Some of them are larger, like Crossroads, but also the Sheriff's Office Hope Team, our housing initiatives, the COC, all of that lies within this one budget. This was really about stabilizing the campus. There was lots of support from this board asking for this funding over the past budget year. Again, to put staff and services in place that were needed desperately. And now the next step for us is that potential revenue box to really make sure that we're looking for where can funding come to help ease the burden on the general fund. Medicaid reimbursement is a huge opportunity and our first initial focus from this list. And CARES Campus addresses a lot of barriers that we hear about in our community. We have lots of programs that address some of these barriers, but the CARES Campus winds up being the only option for many of the people in our community. And CARES Campus is more than just a shelter bed. It is about the services, it is about the professional staff that are on site, and all of this support ultimately leading towards a permanent housing option when you exit the campus. We have addressed, and you guys are hearing it, we're hearing it, what is the cost per bed or cost per night? It's difficult to pinpoint that because the campus isn't always full. There's a lot of different variables in this. But if you just took a flat $16 million for our shelter and divided that across the beds that are there, you're looking at about $73 per bed night. So let's take a look at the consequences of inaction. These are some average costs that were put together for the services across our region that are frequently used by those that we're serving. According to the National Alliance to End Homelessness, the average person experiencing chronic homelessness costs the average taxpayer about $44,000 a year. This is significant. And this circular system that we're caught in really is not resulting in the housing outcomes that we're hoping for. It's costly. It results in overcrowded jails, unhealthy community, our strained emergency response system that we continue to discuss. It also decreases economic development in these areas and ultimately results in human tragedy. So if we put that average cost of our chronically homeless next to the cost of our shelter, and there is a typo there, it should be $74 a night at the CARES, $73, apologies, at the CARES campus, you can see that there is a business case that moving people into a campus, providing appropriate services, and moving them into permanent housing is more effective than not. And results in benefits. A lot of this, again, you've seen. We have seen a lot of different people at the CARES campus. Since opening in May of 21, we've seen over 4,000 unique individuals. It's a pretty large number. There was a request for the age breakdown, and again, this is on our website every month. There's updated numbers, but 43% of people in the CARES campus today are 55 and older. It's really significant. 50% have a disability, both cognitive and physical, and 29% are uninsured. We shared last September, a couple meetings ago, that we are seeing things move in the right direction. Our calls to emergency services are going down, and our permanent housing placements are going up. There's a couple reasons that we think we're moving in the right direction. One, again, is the support from this board for the funding for all of the staff that is needed. We are at appropriate staffing ratios. We do have a little more to go. You can see the red there on the operator. We're working to get those filled, but all the county staff, with the exception of one counselor, are in place. Also, we have shelter options built into this. Right now, we're already seeing that be effective between the safe camp and the shelter. A lot of people are not comfortable in a congregate shelter. We need other options to be able to allow, different needs and meet people where they're at. And as construction continues, we will see these options open up, and we hope to see more people choose to get off the street and come into the campus. And then also the programming and the community partners. We know that it takes a lot of programs. All of these programs are currently in place at the campus. All of those partners listed there are either on campus, or there's 3 or 4 that are still in process. But we can't do it alone. It's a lot of work, and this is critical to the success that we're starting to see. And there's also the benefits to the community. Obviously, our drinking water supply is really important that we take care of. The reduced impact to our emergency services system. We've talked a lot about if a lot of their services are concentrated downtown at the campus, that leaves less for everything else going on in our community. Also, the business impact, this is significant too, where we need to make sure that our businesses are taken care of. And of course, ultimately, improved quality of life and dignity for all of us. And so I'll leave you with this. In an environment right now where our housing market, our affordability is really difficult to navigate, we have been able to double housing placements, permanent housing placements. So I think we're moving in the right direction. And a lot of that is because of all the support on this board and in our community. So thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Searcy. I don't know whether my system is working. Commissioners, questions? Ms. Chung.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Ms. Searcy, the subject matter expert of all things unsheltered. I want to tell you, I'm really impressed with your performance measures. I can't imagine in a couple of years when the housing market slows down. By the way, it's international. The housing market is a real issue because we haven't invested in employers, but we have invested in technology. So people get rich that have the coins, and the people that they're shelling coins out to don't even hit our cost of living across the world. This is not a Reno, Nevada issue, but we are responsible in this county for all of this, whether we like it or not. And I think one of the best things I ever did as a commissioner, and I'm going to tell you something, it was not my original idea. I always give credit where credit's due because I'm a good researcher. That was Commissioner Lucy, Kate Thomas, and Amber Howell at Campo writing on the back of a napkin on how we were going to approach the unsheltered issue amidst no money, by the way. We had no extra money in two cities that didn't think that they had a stake in this. And I don't know what's going on. I don't know if it's in the water. I know a lot of it is because the feds finally stepped up and gave us money to address an issue that, again, is across the world, not just here. But the double placements in such a challenging time, in 2 to 3 years when this settles down, I think that will double and make it a better environment. And in terms of what I really keyed in on was that you're saying we need more sustainable funding that isn't just from the county and municipalities. And I just started going down an end user nexus of people who are saving money because Washoe County has stepped up to take care of the indigent in our county, which I would argue by law we always had to. And let me just tell you some of the ones I went through. I don't know if they were on your supporters, but I would say the hospitals should be coming in with some good money. You're diverting them from beds. The jail should give you good money. You're diverting them from beds. Sparks, Reno, UNR, and airport police should be giving us money. They are not doing these nuisance calls and can really focus on crimes of property and people. REMSA should be giving us money because they are not going to all these calls that then they have to chase the almighty dollar for the reimbursement, but more importantly, they can go to calls that are more what do they say? They triage it and it's a 1 alert call, but they're doing a 3, which is less significance, somebody camping on somebody's private property, et cetera. I think they owe us money. RTC owes us a lot of money as a county, as a partner, because when people are not riding the bus and causing trouble, which, by our standards, we let anybody ride the bus. I thought only Boston did that. Commissioner Lucy taught me that too. I didn't know that if we don't get in fist fights on the bus if people don't have their ticket. I always thought I'd have to fight if I didn't have a ticket, so I never went without a ticket. But RTC owes us money too, because they don't have to worry about keeping people employed to deal with these people who are unsheltered and incapable of even accessing the RTC, and the RTC bus drivers, which are very hard to find, by the way, are doing all kinds of case management and social work that they never knew that they would be doing as a driver of a bus. I also think the Reno Business Improvement District has money that they should be coughing up towards Washoe County to keep this sustainable, because one of the biggest issues we've always had, the reason why Mayor Cashel really built the downtown homeless shelter was because all the businesses downtown had it, with people sleeping in their front of their storekeeper, their stores, or the casinos. And it wasn't just the casinos, all of 4th Street. And also, Reno, Sparks, and Airport Fire should be giving us money too, because guess who runs to all of these issues? Not Airport Fire, but I've seen one of our famous testifier here to public comment that many people sitting back here wanted to give her 1 minute. She's now passed. Love her, Kathy Branthorst. She hung out at the airport. I'd see her every time we flew out of here. So, and that's just me scribbling here, thinking of we need to create a development team. Sorry, Vice Chair Hill, you just got out of a big development fundraiser. But I think we need to be going as a county and asking for some money and showing where we are, and the jail owes us money because it's cheaper for us to put them in. And listen, I know the sheriff's not against that. He's totally compassionate about the jail is the wrong place for people who are scattered and incapable, vulnerable. These are not hardened criminals that are going to make this community less safe. So That's just where my mind went to, because I love to figure out who owes us money, right? I'll never change that. I came in 2007 and we had no money. So, but I will tell you this, just from one end user who has, had my heart broken a million times looking at the conditions that it used to look like downtown. And I walk the river year round. I have never seen this river this clean in 23 years. And remember, when I moved here 23 years ago, there was fences around the river. Such a lovely place. Scott and Kitty Jung, coming from beautiful Northern California where, everything is clean, we thought the river was closed because the water was dirty. That was because council was lied to and said Fish and Game didn't want to patrol it. So we have seen all of this change and growth, but the number one aspect for me is there are no camps down at the river. Now, I wouldn't say it's the safest place in America, but you're in the biggest little, and you're on the Riverwalk, so I keep my wits about us, but there are no tent communities. And I put that squarely on your shoulders and the wisdom of this board, whom I still say, all these beneficiaries, when I'm out of here, I hope you go after them. Because you solved a lot of problems for people who, they would tell you you've solved the problems. And I don't believe they'd be a hard one to shake down, any of these people, because they've seen the improvement in quality of life. And I truly believe, and Commissioner Lucy will argue with me about this, it's one thing I could never get him on my side about. I believe you should do a happiness quotient for your constituents. Whatever life satisfaction means, there's all kinds of batteries out there. I think this leads to greater happiness and higher quality of life for all of us, because I believe the soul of the American dies seeing people like that living on our streets. We used to go on vacation to Mexico, my family, to get Mexican jumping beans, of course, and to see how third world countries were. You don't have to do that anymore with your children anywhere in America. And I think we've made a giant step forward to show that we care about the most vulnerable, which, by the way, can happen to anyone. It has nothing to do with poor parenting. It has nothing to do with, it has everything to do with addiction. But it has more to do with, I think everybody's seen now with the opioid crisis, this can hit anyone. This is not those people. And as I've said before, no matter what you think about it, that's somebody's somebody. Don't ever forget that. So I think this is a wonderful report, Ms. Searcy, and thanks to the willingness of this board to take a very, very, very scary expenditure and not really knowing. Only thing we knew as a board of county commissioners, I can tell you for 15 years, doing nothing was no longer acceptable, and looking at constituents and going, I don't know. We went and we attacked it and did something. And I'll tell you, that goes to Mr. Brown too. I've never had a manager like Mr. Brown who, if something's hard, quits. Well, maybe he doesn't know it's hard, but and maybe you didn't know it was hard, but you guys march in and get it done. And I think it's because of this board's support. And we did a big solid for all these partners too around here, I might say. So well done, Mr. Brown, Ms. Searcy, Ms. Howell, Ms. Thomas, Alexis Hill, our chairman, and Commissioner Herman, because I think you have a lot to be proud about. And it moved fast and swift, and now we're like the best practice repository of the world. You do know, constituents, that Clark County, the biggest county by a lot in this state, is asking us how we did what we did. So I'm proud of you. I hope you guys put in for every award, which you've heard me before go on and on. I'm not signing up for awards. They cost money. They're fake, blah, blah, blah. No, put it all in, because you have something to share. You need to get this out there. Mr. Brown needs to get this out there, and you subject matter experts need to get this solution out there for people, because I promise you, other communities are wringing their hands going, we haven't tried anything, but let's not try anything because everybody's going to be mad. And I disagree. I think people want us to try. And you're at the point of the spear, so you made us all look good, and I appreciate you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Jung. I could not agree more on Commissioner Lucy's leadership, and what we were going to do and how it was going to occur. You've heard me say this lots of times. We're compasses. We're a compass. That's all. That's what boards are, and a compass only knows north. That's all it knows. It knows direction, but it has no advice as to the pitfalls or the chasms or the rivers or the lakes or the oceans along the way. That's staff's job, is to map that out for us, and staff, you've done a great job. I have some other questions, but I'll turn it over to another board member. Ms. Hill, Vice Chair.
I really hate to follow Commissioner Jung. I think you said so much of what I think this board is feeling, of just really excitement for the future. And Dana, I know it's been a tough journey, but you've dug in and you continue to do it. So congratulations. I think this presentation was awesome because it highlights the fiscal impacts of homelessness on our community and actually maps out what we're spending. So we're transparent to the taxpayers. And I know that Commissioner Herman wanted to see that. So I hope it's good information that we can all bring back to our constituents to show the commitment. And our goal is that we're going to permanently house 50 people a month. We're in the close to the 30s here. And so I know the team is getting there, and I know that working with Reno Housing Authority, we're going to continue to move that needle. So congratulations. I don't have any questions, but I'm really excited to be part of the journey.
Okay, thank you so much. Ms. Herman, do you have anything?
Just a thank you for bringing that to us. Thank you very much for all your hard work.
Okay, Commissioner Lucy? Okay.
No,
Oh.
no, Chairman, thank you.
Thank you. So I'll just kind of follow up here. There's a couple of things that I'm curious about, and Ms. Searcy, you and I have had deep conversations about not having a revolving door. That's my peeve. Is how do we get them out of homelessness and back into a scenario where they can care for themselves until they can't, they're aged out of the system, where we'll, sadly, if you don't pass first, that's what happens to you. It's just, I've had to deal with that with my own parents, where they could not care for themselves any longer, and you have to put them into a facility. And hopefully they've got the means to do that. If they don't have the means to do that, then it becomes the responsibility of the municipalities or the government. That said, so you talked about 317 permanent housing units that we've filled. Are we following up? What's the follow-up on that? Once we get them into permanent housing, what's the, what do we do after that, Ms. Searcy?
So we are working on a system-wide recidivism report. Now that we have been in place at the CARES campus a year, it's been long enough that we can look at those numbers and they will tell us something, right? If you leave and 3 months later something happens, maybe that's not quite as impactful as looking at over the next year. Of those 317, how many are still housed after that? Because that will tell us if they're appropriate housing. A lot of this is about assessment, right? Appropriate assessment. A year ago, we could tell you there were 600 people at the campus, but we couldn't tell you, 300 of them need supportive housing, and 100 of that is cognitive, and 200 of that is because of a physical disability. Right. And the other 300, with just a little bit of job training and support, are going to be able to get on their feet and not need our support for the foreseeable future.
That's wonderful, and that's the part that I'm interested in, is that retraining process. That's great. So are we also, because I know the sheriff, the sheriff and I, who is here, welcome, Sheriff Balaam. The sheriff and I have had this very conversation with respect to, they'll have someone in the detention facility for several weeks, and they can get them dried out. Are we following up and ensuring that they stay on that path so that they don't enter into our system, whether it's the detention facility or the CARES campus, or trying to get them the appropriate assistance?
Sure. So we've got the case managers inside the campus, right? We're all working together as a community, all the different nonprofits and organizations that work, whether it's treatment, job training, whatever that is, you've got your own custom set of services. But then when you move out into housing, right, our case managers are assigned to the CARES campus and the next person that comes in and needs help. So what happens to that person when they are moved into a permanent house and they're on their own? So that's the next piece that's under development right now. We've been testing that. A lot of the ERA2 funding that came in, the rental assistance, and our Built for Zero partners, we're developing tenancy support and playing with that. What does that look like? The ongoing care to check in once a week. Did you do your dishes?
Right.
Is there a
Right.
light bulb out that you don't know
Right.
how to fix it? And now you're going to get in trouble with your landlord. Did you forget to take your medication? Are there bottles in your sink? Are
you
there
going to work?
signs? Did you go to work this week? Are there signs that are starting that we can intervene right at the beginning when
Okay.
you start to veer off course and get you back going the right
And that's,
way?
and that's a big place, by the way, that I think that we could use interns from UNR.
Absolutely.
And so the manager, Commissioner Lucy, and myself have attended those meetings with UNR where those intern programs of people who want to go into case management, who want to go into social work. And there's so many other aspects that we talked about, not just that, but this is a huge place that we could certainly delve into. So I have just one more, and forgive us, crowd, for being loquacious. I don't mean to drag this on. But with respect to losing West Hills, and I'm a firm believer that government can only do so much, and then what you want to do is you want to do a warm handoff, even if you're paying that facility, because not many times, most of the time, private entities can do it so much cheaper than government. And so are there facilities that are coming up through the system where we can do a warm handoff to get them into something other than just, sort of a government program, and then get them, back into the system again?
So that's a lot of the work of both Built for Zero and our continuum of care. And that's why it's important for the county to really have this collaborative government body working together with the nonprofits, right? It's just as critical as it is to know how many of the people in the campus need what type of service.
Okay.
It's critical for us to then help support and strengthen those services in our community. I mean, you're right, we can't do it all. We will never
Right.
build ourselves out of this.
Right.
We're not the expert in everything.
Exactly.
It is important to support our partners and our nonprofits and help figure out what are those key services that we need more of or less of, and how do we find and support the funding and the staff and all
And
of
hopefully
that.
there are some faith groups that will come forward. We've had a lot of great groups that have supported our community, and they'll come forward and give us some assistance with just with that very thing of again, reassimilating. So thank you so much. Anyone else? Okay, Ms. Searcy, thank you. Well done. All right, Mr. Manager, will you take us into item number 4?
Item number 4 is public comment. Comment heard under this item will be limited to 3 minutes per person and may pertain to matters both on and off the commission agenda. The commission will also hear public comment during individual action items with comment limited to 3 minutes per person. Comments are to be made to the commission as a whole.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Madam Clerk, I see we've got a fairly stout group. Would you please call public comment?
Yes. I'll call 2 names at a time, so if you could queue up if your name is next, that will help things move along. First up, we have Skylar Dillon, followed by Bonnie Brown.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, I just want to, before this gets started, I understand a lot of the commenters are here to comment on item 11, which is our community reinvestment grants.
Do we want to, is it under general public comment, Madam Clerk, or is it item number 11? Because we can,
It's under general, but
Okay.
I just want you to understand that
Okay.
you're going to hear a lot of comments where people want you to know who their community-based organizations are.
Wonderful.
That you will be hearing about later in item 11.
okay, all right, Madam Clerk, proceed.
First up is Skylar Dillon, followed by Bonnie Brown.
Ms. Dillon, welcome.
Hi, thank you so much for having me here. I'm Skylar Dillon. I'm a Resource Development Director with Big Brothers Big Sisters of Northern Nevada. And I am here to thank you for your consideration of agenda item 11. So Big Brothers Big Sisters has been in our community since 2001. And we work to recruit, screen, and train volunteer adult mentors, or big brothers and big sisters, to pair with at-risk youth living at or below the federal poverty level. After a year of weekly activities together, whether working on homework, playing soccer, or drawing, or whatever they like to do together, we see big impacts on the youth's social and academic success, both now and as adults. The last 2 years, we've had 100% of age-eligible littles graduate high school, and we know 90% of adult program alumni say their big provided stability when they needed it, and 81% say their big changed their perspective on what they thought possible in life. With youth mental health challenges on the rise for adolescents, we know that getting the support and encouragement of a mentor in the corners of our kids is more important than ever. Nearly a quarter of youth in our program significantly improved their depressive symptoms last year. Through the Community Reinvestment Act, we are asking the commissioners to support a version of our program called Bigs with Badges, in which we work with partners like the Washoe County Sheriff's Office and the Reno Fire Department to recruit big brothers and big sisters from amongst the brave first responders who serve Washoe County. This program will build strong, positive relationships between first responders and the communities they serve and help the kids in our program, or littles as we call them, view first responders as friends rather than as figures to be nervous of. We're excited to see the positive impacts that first responders can make on their littles by sharing their sense of leadership and duty as mentors. And we know this program will lead to a stronger community for all of us, both now and down the line in the future. I want to thank Sheriff Balaam and Manager Brown here for supporting this program, and thank the commissioners again for your consideration.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next
And I
up,
apologize. Hold on just a second, Madam Clerk. No, you're fine. We don't have a timer that is visual, so the clerk is taking care of that this morning for us. She's watching it. So I'm sorry. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
we're going to try to use the manual timer so that it displays next to the
Perfect.
flag there
Okay.
on the next one. So the next one we have is Bonnie Brown.
Ms. Brown, welcome.
Thank you very much. I'm Bonnie Brown, and I'm here today to talk on behalf of the Community Revitalization Grant for Nonprofit, a veterinary clinic options veterinary care on Longley Lane. Research has shown the physical and mental benefits of pets to senior citizens and children, and many seniors in particular depend on their pets for companionship and emotional support. The cost of preventive veterinary care can be out of reach for many low-income pet owners, and the cost of a single unexpected veterinary visit can really be devastating for low-income families, seniors on limited incomes, and people living with a disability. When people can't afford needed veterinary care, they often surrender their pet to local animal shelters, increasing the burden on those agencies. And sometimes they end up euthanizing their pet at the local veterinary clinic because they can't afford care that would be available if they had the financial resources. That's an outcome that veterinarians and pet owners alike really are not pleased about when it occurs. So access to veterinary care reduces the strain on local animal shelters, and it's really an important element in public health and safety for the community as well. Options works with Washoe County Regional Animal Services and many other human services and animal welfare agencies, nonprofit and governmental across the community. For example, we have provided veterinary care to pets of citizens who are utilizing the CARES campus and other housing for homeless. The funding that you will be considering today would help 450 vulnerable seniors and families to provide veterinary care to a beloved pet, and it will also contribute to community health and safety. So I thank you, and I hope you'll decide to vote for it.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next up is Mr. Mark Newman, followed by Dr. Michael Selby.
Welcome, sir.
Good morning. Good morning, Commissioners. For the record, Mark Newman. Today I have a couple different items. Under 8C1, I'm an alternative on the Senior Services Citizens Advisory Board. And somebody resigned and was asked if I could be a permanent member. So hopefully I get your support on that one. This last week we had a visit from the developers at Chocolate Drive apartment complex. and they're talking about where they're going to be dumping out the main road at Gifford Parkway. But they said they won't be going down Gifford Parkway. They're going to go down 2nd Street and any of the emergency vehicles. And if you think of the fire department's now going to have to go all the way down Sun Valley Drive, up 2nd Street, and then all the way back to Gifford just to get into the apartment complex, because they don't plan on doing anything to Gifford Way. Gifford Way is going to need to be improved in some way or another. And the other thing is with Highland Village, Phase 1, I talked with general contractor Ken Crater, and he still says that the Washoe County School District says that the kids do not need to have a school zone on Highland Village. I've been dealing with the school board, and they say, well, that's RTC. That's not anything to do with us. But RTC says, no, that's the school district if they want to have a school zone in there. So as it is, everybody's just throwing it up in the air and saying, well, nobody's going to take responsibility, and let's just let the kids run across Highland Ranch Parkway at 45, 55 mile an hour cars, and the kids learn how to dodge them. Thank you for your time. You have a great day.
Thank you, sir.
Next is Dr. Michael Selby, followed by Kelby Peeler.
Thank you. I sat in the front row so I could use every second of my 3 minutes. I really want to thank Washoe County and the Commission for funding us as one of the grantees of the American Rescue Plan. We've been working with youth in Washoe County for the last 24 years, and we're in the trenches, much like Karma Box, Black Wall Street, Forever 14, and other small nonprofits in Washoe County. We make a big difference in people's lives, one child at a time. And our approach is much more about doing than about talking about it. So we run a ropes challenge course and other experiential elements that children go through and adults. And we help them develop more resilience in their lives. Some of the kids we work with are walking miracles. They have been through so much in their young lives that it's a miracle that they're even alive. And they're often a statistic, whether it's incarceration or institutionalization or one of the homeless out on the streets. These kids need help, and that's one of the things we do. We empower them to make better decisions, use better judgment, and mostly to realize that they matter, that their lives make a difference. They become part of a working team when they work with us, and their aberrant behaviors kind of rise to the surface, and we deal with those. And we reflect back to them just how effective are these dysfunctional behaviors for you in your life. We want to move them to a place where they realize their attitudes, their behaviors, their cognitions matter. The decisions they make matter every day. And as they go through this experiential process with us, they get better. We watch this evolution on a daily basis with them realizing that they're important, that they do make a difference. So while sitting here, I was looking at your motto up here about working together regionally to provide and sustain a safe, secure, and healthy community. Your money invested in us, as you're doing, does exactly that. And I know a lot of people complain about government spending. Every dollar you spend with us and a lot of the nonprofits here make a difference in children's lives. So I just want to really thank you for funding us, and I hope we can continue working together to make this a better county. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Next up is Kelby Peeler, followed by Betty Bishop.
Mr.
Hello.
Peeler, welcome.
Hi, my name is Kelby Peeler, and I'm a resident of Reno, and I'm just here today to comment on agenda item 18 regarding the Washoe County Affordable Housing Trust Fund. The first thing I wanted to say is just thank you. Thank you to the board for the series of steps you've taken to establish an affordable housing trust fund in the first place. As Washoe County continues to develop, our housing market will face more and more pressure, and as a result, more and more people will be threatened with homelessness. And it's really nice to see that the county is stepping up and taking on that expanded role in managing homelessness in the region. So I'm happy to see the county taking advantage also of a diverse range of tools that address homelessness. Specifically, with regard to item 18. I'm here to endorse the amendments that prioritize permanent supportive housing for those with extremely low income. So I wanted to thank you for making this distinction, right, between low income and extremely low income. It's important. I think it's an important clarification if we really want to ensure our most vulnerable populations benefit from all the efforts that you've been doing. So again, I'm just happy that the board values such clarity to reflect the realities on the ground. I say this because I volunteer often at the Society of St. Vincent de Paul, and we regularly deliver food for our unsheltered brothers and sisters, and also residents in the weekly motels. And we get an opportunity to talk to a lot of people. And in these conversations, I'm always struck by how many people actually are employed. They just don't make 3 times the rent, or they just, like you said, they just need a little extra help. They suffer from a lot of issues, and I don't need to repeat all of them, but I'm in favor of these clarifications of the fund and the prioritization of permanent supportive housing. I think by doing this, you really are setting the stage for a fund that is just, it's justly targeted, and it's justly implemented. And I say this I say setting the stage because as of right now, there's no dedicated funding source. There's nothing to ensure a reliable allocation of the resource. And so in closing, I just wanted to encourage the board to seek out that dedicated funding source. If we want our tools to be effective, we have to keep up with tool maintenance. And one way we do this is by oiling it with a steady revenue stream. We can look at other cities, we're not alone. We can look for other cities and other counties who are doing this for best practices. But whatever those steps are, whatever they may be, I just encourage the board to take them. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next, we have Betty Bishop, followed by Chastity Martinez.
Welcome, ma'am.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Betty Bishop. And County Commissioners, I come today in support of item 18 on the agenda, the hearing for amending the county code regarding the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. I am president of the local nonprofit Society of St. Vincent de Paul, and our mission of charity is to offer person-to-person service and to work for social justice. Needy, suffering people call us, and we respond according to their needs. However, today I'm not going to speak on behalf of the society and what we do, but as a citizen who witnesses firsthand the affordable housing crisis in Washoe County. Housing has become unaffordable for low-wage workers, and rent continues to increase. Our low-income renters are extremely cost-burdened and often do not have money left for food, transportation, clothing, or utilities. Those living on fixed incomes, especially seniors, the disabled, and single moms who need childcare for their children, frequently face eviction and the possibility of homelessness. There are numerous things that keep me up at night, but thinking about our society and our children's future, I'm especially concerned about our homeless who suffer with mental illness. I was at Paradise Park this spring when I noticed a man who was hiding in the bushes, and he was thin, unkempt, very dirty. And I called out to him and I asked him if he'd like to have some food. And he proceeded to ask me, "Have you seen the blue lights? The blue lights, they're evil. And when you see those lights, the dogs are going to come out and they're going to rip you apart." Now, we have many on the streets that have mental illness, and they suffer from schizophrenia to substance abuse disorders, depression to anxiety disorders, which makes it difficult, if not impossible, for them to earn a steady income. These issues, combined with poverty, result in a lack of housing. Permanent supportive housing is a way to assist those with mental disorders and provide them with the dignity that they deserve as human beings. In conclusion, I encourage you to amend the county code regarding the Housing Trust Fund. Research permanent funding sources and move forward quickly to develop affordable housing for our citizens. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next is Chastity Martinez, followed by Michael Tang.
Welcome.
Hi, good morning to the board and members of the County Commission. My name is Chastity Martinez and I'm a resident of Reno. And thank you today for the opportunity to give public comment this morning regarding also the amendments made to the Washoe County Affordable Housing Trust Fund, agenda item 18. I'm also happy to see the move made to prioritize permanent supportive housing solutions for those with extremely low income. I believe it is the right move because every day we're just seeing more and more individuals living on the streets of Reno and Washoe County unsheltered, or others that are on the verge of becoming homeless. And we know that this isn't a unique issue to Washoe County, but the pandemic alongside rising rental costs has just made the situation even worse. And each of these individuals have their own story and experiences for what causes them to become homeless. And any one of us can be, like was stated earlier, at risk of becoming homeless. And we also know that for some of these folks, having shelter just isn't enough. They really need those supportive services to be able to maintain stability in their lives. I'm here with some other concerned individuals today that have followed the Affordable Housing Trust Fund since its initial adoption in March of 2019. Out of my Christian faith, I am compelled to be here to support the fund because not only do I feel called to love my neighbor and to care for the most vulnerable, but we also know that it's not enough to just rely on charity or direct services or churches to provide support for those in our community, even though there are some great organizations that are present here today. But we know that also requires those upstream resources and creating those long-term sustainable solutions to address our ongoing housing crisis. So I believe that the Affordable Housing Trust Fund is just one partial piece of the solution to this really complex issue. And now that the board is the primary decision maker for this fund and in addressing our county's housing issue, I look forward to seeing you all put forth the resources needed to fund the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. And I just encourage you to also, find a permanent revenue source for the Affordable Housing Trust Fund so that it can be as effective as possible in transforming our community. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next is Michael Tang, followed by Denise Sewell.
Welcome, sir.
Hello. Good morning, good morning, commissioners. My name is Michael Tang, and I've been born and raised in Nevada ever since then. Never moved anywhere else, but I love this county. And so I am in support of the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, agenda item 18. I've come in behalf of, I worked as I've worked on the streets before where I was registering people to vote and helping them with the assistance they need, such as giving them helping them assign right on their register of votings, right? I've been helping them. Ever since then, I've come along with a lot of stories through the streets. Never have I seen so many veterans discouraged because that society itself most of society seems it's acceptable to shun and make shame of these people who sometimes have no control in their life. It's been, every time you see them, they're quite indecisive with their decisions, and sometimes you have to give them a little push every time. No matter who they are or what they represent, sometimes they're misrepresented, vulnerable to those who abuse them. Like said, I was at the Metro Transit and someone was copying our work, trying to take all their information and use it against their will. And that's pretty sad. And so, as the American dream is said, sometimes we gotta give them a push, help them make decisions, and see if they could benefit themselves all together. Thank you so much, Commissioners.
Thank you, sir.
Next is Denise Sewell, followed by Dalton Bout.
Welcome, ma'am.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you so much for your time today. I'm Denise Sewell. I'm the Executive Director of the Pioneer Center for the Performing Arts, and I'm here together with these wonderful nonprofits that you'll hear from to ask you to vote in favor of Agenda Item 11. The Pioneer Center is a performing arts center right in the heart of downtown Reno. We have been operating consistently since we opened for business in 1968. We've seen so many of the changes you guys are hearing about in the unsheltered population as well. That's not what I'm here to talk about, but I just want to also take a moment to say we see those challenges every day, and we appreciate the complexity of the situation. But I am here again to ask for you to vote in favor of the many nonprofit organizations, including the Pioneer Center, who would use this Community Reinvestment Fund to benefit citizens here. What we envisioned for the Pioneer Center was a way to bring the performing arts to more vulnerable populations who don't have the ability to come to our theater, whether it's a barrier to access for the ability to get to our location, the funds to pay for a performing arts event. So what we have done is use some of the statistics that were featured about quality of life for senior citizens here in Washoe County. They were really surprising and really staggering to our team when we heard about this. From a 2022 report for seniors in Washoe County, 76.5% feel isolated, 77.1% feel left out, 76.5% have barriers to community participation. And as I'm sure you've heard, the suicide rate for seniors in Washoe County is more than double the national average. So we really see this as an opportunity for the arts to provide a vehicle for togetherness, for a sense of community, for breaking down the barriers of isolation. So what we will do with these funds, if approved, is to put together an outreach program of sending performing artists into places where seniors congregate, assisted living facilities, senior centers, library branches. The CARES campus really strikes me as a potential as well. So any place where seniors are gathering, where we could bring the connection of the performing arts and that sense of community to them. If approved through this grant, the seed funding would provide for 2 full years of this outreach program for us at no cost to any of the participating venues. So we would be able to hire local performing artists to really impact quality of life for seniors, and again, give them that sense of togetherness and to re-engage with one another and with their community through the power of the arts. So I just want to encourage you, everyone on the docket today does such incredible, important work, and together, all of the nonprofits and all of your commitment as well, I really think we can make a meaningful difference in Washoe County. So thank you so much for your time and for your consideration.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next is Dalton Bout, followed by Melanie DeLezzi.
Welcome, sir.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for your time. I'm here to advocate for Article 18 regarding the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. First, I want to congratulate you for establishing this. I think this is certainly a step in the right direction. I'm here to advocate, though, for permanent funding for this initiative. I was very impressed to hear the litany of agencies pointed out by Commissioner Jung who should be contributing. I think we just have to find a way to make them contribute. 2 years ago, I volunteered to distribute food to the homeless. And you cannot help but be touched by the conditions that some of these people are living in today. And you can't help but wonder, if it were not for the grace of God, this could be me. So I think we can do much better. In 2006, my wife and I bought our property in Washoe County. Since that time, we've seen incredible growth in the Reno region. And a lot of that has to do with the decisions that you guys have made. You've done a wonderful job. I think, though, we can do better. So I encourage you today to take the steps to make that happen. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Next is Melanie DeLezzi, followed by Katie Pace.
Welcome, ma'am.
Good morning, and thank you so much for having me today. And thank you to the commissioners for your consideration of item number 11. I'm here in support of the Terry Lee Wells Nevada Discovery Museum's project, Survival of the Slowest. Survival of the Slowest is a counterintuitive exhibit, focused on 15 animals, 15 live animals. As the community recovers from social isolation, learners of all ages are starved for hands-on experiences. After years of Zoom meetings and distance learning, the Discovery is bringing collaborative learning back to STEAM. We're bringing science to life through inclusion, joy, and wonder. An investment in the Discovery is an investment in the quality of life in our community. The Discovery's target community includes children and families from low-income and at-risk households, visitors with disabilities, English language learners, and rural communities. These audiences were largely affected by the economic impacts of COVID-19, and our goal is to support them as they recover from the losses incurred in 2020 and beyond, in 2022 and beyond. It's the mission of the Terry Lee Wells Nevada Discovery Museum to be the place to experience science, not the place to learn science, not the place to teach science, but the place to experience science. Science is messy. Science is not supposed to be unreachable, nebulous, conceptual. We need science to be inclusive. We need science to be we need science to envelop the society, to, excuse me. We need the principles of science to, and the concepts of science to belong to everyone. Bringing survival the slowest to discovery is a strategic investment in the community. It's a strategic investment to increase the visitation to our museum and a strategic investment to increase the understanding of science in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next is Katie Pace, followed by Mike Keeney.
Welcome, Ms. Pace.
Good morning. Nice to be here. Thank you for having us. And thank you for the support of the American Rescue Plan and the applicants here today, as we are one of them. I'm Katie Pace. Sorry, I forgot to say that. I'm from Rebuilding Together Northern Nevada, and our mission is to repair homes, revitalize communities, and rebuild lives. We do this at no cost to the homeowner who is of little means. In 2021, we helped 32 households and provided over 150 repairs. We are on target to double that this year. And with this funding that we hope you support, we hope to pass that goal. And it also helps preservation of housing too, since we've already been talking about that today. But thank you, board, and I wish to be one of the applicants to help serve Washoe County. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next is Mike Keeney, followed by Nick Shior.
Welcome, both of you, Mr. Keeney.
Hi, my name is Mike Keeney, and I am here today. This is the first time that I've been to one of these meetings. I have to tell you, as a 29-year resident of Washoe County, I'm pretty impressed by what I see and the care that you guys...
Before you go too much further, would you introduce who you're with?
Pardon me?
Before you go too much further, would you introduce who you're with?
Oh, yeah, this is Keeks. Come here, buddy. Come here. Come here.
Thank you so much. That's what I wanted to see. Thank you,
Keeks
sir.
was
You made
the
my day.
honorary mayor of Reno about a month ago.
Oh my goodness.
But
sorry for interruption.
So I'm here as a friend of Options Veterinary Care. Keeks is a patient. As I sit in this meeting, watch what's going on here, the thing that is picturing in my mind is there's just a big pie, and how many slices can you make out of it? And I don't envy you your task on that. It has to be hard. But I do want you to consider options and helping them. I'm a disabled person living on disability. My dog is critical to me. And obviously, if anybody's ever had a golden retriever before, you know that they are just nothing but love. He sits there and he just looks at me and smiles. The thing that I can't do, though, is I can't look at him and say, I'm sorry, I don't have the money to keep you alive. And that is the thing that we're faced with when we don't have money. I've been to veterinary clinics and my animals have needed care, and they say no because I can't pay for it. Can't blame them. They have a business to run. They have to stay in business, but I'm trying to keep literally my son alive. The nice thing about options is that they don't say no. It's a place where people who are low income like myself can go and get help. And you have to understand that things that go wrong with pets are not simple little things like a sliver or a toenail. They get cancer, they get bone disorders, they get all kinds of things that are pretty major and incredibly costly. And to be able to have a resource like Options is so critical to our community. It's the only one that I've ever seen anywhere that I've ever lived in my life. I'm 64 years old. I've lived in a lot of places. So I guess I'm getting kicked out now.
Well, no, you have a couple more seconds because I interrupted you.
Okay, well, thank you very much. But I just, I'm not affiliated with Options. My pets are a patient with them. And I literally, I mean, I don't, like I said, I don't envy you your task of slicing up that pie, but when you do so, I would ask that you please put a piece in there for Options because they are such a critical resource for our community.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Next is Mr. Nick Shior, followed by Sean Hill, I'm sorry.
Thanks, Tom. Welcome, sir.
Good morning, County Commissioners. My name is Nick Schieker. I'm the Community Engagement Officer with the Community Foundation of Northern Nevada. It's definitely tough to follow the act of the honorary mayor of Reno, but I wanted to speak in support of item 11 on behalf of the Community Foundation and a variety of my colleagues here who are leading very important work in Washoe County. Chair Hartung, I wanted to elaborate on one of the things you brought up earlier about caring for aging parents. With the Community Foundation's grant application for the Community Reinvestment Grant, this is to fund our caregiver support initiative, which helps people who are caring for mom, for dad, for other aging family members. And I know some of you are already familiar with our work with the initiative, but I wanted to give some brief Community Foundation's partnership with the county. So the idea for doing the Caregiver Support Initiative actually came from Grady Tarbutton, who is the former director of Washoe County Senior Services. Grady came to us with this idea, saying that Washoe County has provided great support for seniors. However, one of the areas where we have not really moved the needle on is on supporting family caregivers. So our staff and our board looked into this issue, and we realized that in partnership with Washoe County, we could really help improve the lives of family caregivers. So then consequently, they'll be able to better help their care recipient, aging mom or dad. We partnered with Leslie Williams, formerly of Washoe County Senior Services, and organized our first convening just across the parking lot at the Senior Center on 9th Street. And our role was really to listen and learn from family caregivers. And what we discovered is that they were unaware oftentimes of what resources were available, where they could go for support. And we developed this caregiver's guidebook that's been distributed at thousands of copies throughout the community, all of the Washoe County senior centers, the libraries, and other areas. And we're really excited with our work to be able to transition it. Our role is really to be a catalyst of an initiative and then ultimately hand it off to an organization who can take it to the next level. And in this case, it would be the Sanford Center for Aging, based out of the university. And then another key issue we're also looking at is the cases of elder financial abuse and partnering with the Better Business Bureau. We'll be collaborating with a dozen organizations to share information directly with seniors who are isolated, who are really vulnerable for cases of financial abuse and exploitation, including all the recipients of home-delivered meals with Washoe County. So again, we really appreciate the partnership that we've been able to have with the county, and I would encourage you to support item 11 to allow us to continue to help family caregivers in our community. Thank you.
Next is Sean Hill, followed by Kenji Otto.
Welcome, sir.
Good morning, Commission. My name is Sean Hill. I'm the Executive Director of a local nonprofit called Sierra Nevada Journeys. I'm here to voice support of the funding in item number 11 on your agenda today, and I want to tell you a little bit more about what we do and about what this program is all about. Sierra Nevada Journeys has been in the community since 2006. We serve about 15,000 students a year, give or take, young people in elementary and middle school in Washoe County. We're in over 2/3 of the elementary schools in Washoe County School District. Our education-focused nonprofit really focuses on science and STEM, outdoor education, and collaboration amongst students. And so we've found our sweet spot there. A couple more statistics. Last year, 72% of the students we served organization-wide were from families or schools with financial barriers. 15% of the students we served are children living with a disability, and 70% of the students we served last year are students of color. So our organization is, an investment into our organization is an investment that we will put directly back into students. The program that is up for funding today is to expand our new STEM Explorers after-school program to 3 high-need schools in our community. A pilot like this helps us get investment from the school district, which in 2 years after this funding round is complete, we hope to engage the district in helping to support this program moving forward. So again, it's for the STEM Explorers program. It will go to three middle schools in Washoe County School District, and the pilot allows us to, this investment gives us a data point to go look for other funding sources in the future. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, sir.
Next is Kenji Otto, followed by Tom Lark.
Welcome, Mr. Otto.
Good morning. I'd like to thank County Commissioner Herman for her help in the traffic calming and pedestrian safety program project that was started last year and has been completed. And we do have overhead. So this was, I started this last year with Commissioner Herman. We got it on the road, and I met with Mitch Fink, and Dwayne Smith, as well as Manager Brown and the commissioner to come up with a solution of Crystal Canyon Boulevard. And I'd like to thank her and those people that were involved. However, with the exception of Mitch Fink, who I did have problems with, who, as you can see, we did get crosswalks, but when I met with Mitch Fink, he promised me that I would never get crosswalks, and probably wouldn't even get this project completed. So I want to make sure I get a word in there about Mitch Fink. I also like to point out that I had a lot of communications problems with Mr. Dwayne Smith during this project. It was promised that it would be done in May. it didn't get done until October, although from a government standpoint, I think that this was done in a timely manner since it took less than 1 year, just barely under the 1 year period. But, and then that the amount of money was supposed to be 60,000, it did go over, and I believe it's over 80,000 now. I'd like to do, I'm gonna do a public request to find out the exact cost on that. But this is the first major project that we've had in Cold Springs, and I appreciate it. All of the residents appreciate it. We went from a 37.5 average of speed to down to, who knows, it appears that people are doing the speed limit or close to it, and having excess speeds of over 70 miles an hour in a 25-mile-an-hour zone. But everything seems to be working, and we'll find out when they do the study in a few months. But I would like to recommend that maybe a committee be established, a citizens committee, to help roads go through projects that need to be done, because I have heard a lot of comments about people not getting their projects.
Mr. Otto, could I have the documents for the record? Next up, Tom Lark, please.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. I hope that was Tom Clark. My handwriting is terrible.
It was supposed to be Mr. Clark. We apologize.
For the record, it's C-L-A-R-K, like the county way down south. Thank you for the opportunity to come before you today. You know, the list of projects, the programs that are listed under 11 are really incredible. I could stand up here for an hour and talk about Sierra Nevada Journeys and the Discovery and the Pioneer and the wonderful things that this community has to offer. And the fact that you're considering supporting them with some of these ARPA funds is fantastic. I'm the past president of the Friends of Black Rock High Rock. We are the group that oversees, it's the nonprofit that oversees the National Conservation Area. It's 1.2 million acres. The Black Rock Desert is an amazing place. I know you're all burners, but it's a lot more than Burning Man up there. And that's exactly what these grant funds will go to support. Hiking and biking trails to educate, you know, guided environments for people when they come up there to really learn about the history, to understand the geography, which is, you know, really, really crazy. It's a dark skies area. And so I tell people, hey, if you're feeling down, drive an hour and a half. Stop. When it gets dark, look up. It's absolutely amazing what we do out there. The Friends of Black Rock High Rock's been around for a really long time. These kinds of programs are going to help us break away from that model of, oh, it's just that place where Burning Man happens. We have rockets up there. We have the guys that cruise across the playa in their windsurfers. It would scare the heck out of me. But, you know, the land speed record 25 years ago was set on the Black Rock Desert. There are so many fundamental things that happen out there. And it's not just the playa. These kinds of hiking and biking tours will get people away from the playa out into the areas where you can see Soldier Meadows and see the paths that the immigrants took as they were coming across our great state. So it's really, really phenomenal that we're on the list, that we're going to use the money wisely. And we encourage you to come out and enjoy the Black Rock Desert for so many more things than what it's internationally known for. Mr. Chairman, to you and through you, if I may address Commissioner Jung, just quickly, this may be the last time that I'm at this dais when you're sitting over there. And I just want to say thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clark.
Next is Sandra Kios.
Welcome, ma'am.
Good morning. Buenos dias. My name is Sandra Quiros, for the record. I am the executive director at Tu Casa Latina. I am here to say gracias. Gracias for the consideration of TCL and this community reinvestment grant. A little bit about Tu Casa Latina. We are a local nonprofit, started in 2014 to assist victims of crime, domestic violence, sexual assault, and human trafficking. The population we serve are the undocumented immigrant community. And we accomplish this work through direct services, case management, victim advocacy, community partnerships, and outreach. The funding here will allow us to hire an outreach coordinator. As you know, nonprofits are always looking for funding because there's never enough and the need continues to grow. Outreach coordinator would assist us with not only going to events, but also providing trainings, cultural competency, cultural humility trainings, and know your rights for those that don't believe that they have rights. And it would also assist us with additional hours for our victim advocate that we recently brought on to our team that assists not only the victims that we see, but other immigrants that just need help. CARES Campus has been one of the agencies that we have been able to refer some people for assistance that are undocumented and living on the streets because they've had relationships with American citizens as partners and now find themselves with no partner, no family, and no home. And so this funding will assist us to continue that work of the vulnerable population and our immigrants as well. So thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
We have no one else signed in chambers, but I did receive a couple of emails, Chair, one from Diane Dubsky and one from Elise Weatherly, which will be placed on the record.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay, we will close item number 4. Instead of going to item number 5, Mr. Manager and Commissioners, I'm going to move that right before item number 8. And let's, because I know we've got a lot of people waiting here, let's go into item number 6, Mr. Manager.
Item 6 is a presentation and update of FY 22-23 first quarter status report for the Washoe County Regional Detention Facility to include security of the jail, condition of confinement, staffing and medical care of inmates housed at the Washoe County Sheriff's Office. Acknowledge receipt of the report. Good morning.
Captains, welcome.
Good morning. How is everyone today? I'm Captain Tim Mosley. I'm a captain in the Operations Bureau for Washoe County Detention Facility. And I believe the sheriff had to step out. He was going to go over some things, but he had another commitment that he had to attend. So I will move forward with the quarterly report. Okay, I will start off with COVID-19. Currently, vaccines and testing remain available to all the inmates upon request and presentation of symptoms. Happy to report that we currently have no active cases, and this is due largely in part to NAVCare, who is our medical provider, and the rigorous screening they do for everyone who enters our facility, as well as answering all medical requests while the inmates are in custody. So a big thank you to them and all their staff. Moving on, fentanyl issues in the jail were identified through investigations and presentations of symptoms, which would be overdoses. Excuse me, sorry about that. For those individuals that we have fortunately located and found any type of drugs or contraband, they have been charged. Unfortunately, we have had an overdose for this quarterly report. It did turn out it was heroin, and I'm sure you will have questions, which I will be more than happy to answer at the end of this presentation. Overall, we are starting to see an uptick in fentanyl in the Washoe County Detention Facility. We have taken measures to address these concerns and try to keep all those in our care and custody as safe as possible. And we have been coming up with different techniques as far as identifying those individuals who may possibly have those drugs on their person, how they're getting them into the facility, and how we can get out the proper information to everyone who is in our care. Moving on. Over this last quarter, we graduated 21 inmates through the Getting Ahead While Getting Out this month. We have 2 graduations coming up, one tomorrow for the males in our custody, and the females' graduation will be on Wednesday. I'm not sure if you all are aware of this program, but this program is designed to offer life skills to inmates in our care, whether or not they are going to be released soon or months from now once they're complete with their sentence. Some of the things they do offer to them is how to fill out different forms which apply to like applying for Medicaid, Medicare, how to get an ID, how to apply for other services throughout the community, so when they come out of our care, they're able to be more productive in our community. And moving on to some of our stats and the welfare of inmates for this last quarter, we had 280 participants in our high school equivalency program, with 8 inmates completing that. 1,550 inmates partook in classes for substance abuse, which 119 completed. The reason why those numbers, I can tell you that there's different things that happen during an inmate's stay, where it could be of various reasons. So not everyone who takes up those classes completes them. I will let you take a gander at all of those, and then if you have any questions, if not, I'll just move forward.
So, Captain, we actually have this.
Oh, you do have it?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, you can.
All right.
Yeah, you can.
So-
You can move forward.
And this is, you look at the numbers here. This chart graphs it out for us. For all those individuals who do complete these programs, they get a 5-day early kick or release from our care. Through this last quarterly period, it turned out to be over $100,000 in savings and just time being spent at the jail. Moving on to the SNAP program. Again, this is a program that shows up and conducts interviews with all those inmates who would like to pursue food stamps once they're released from our program. It's just one of the many things that we have to offer as far as aftercare to those who serve their time. Let's see, DMV, we're still working with DMV to sort of move forward with for inmates, one, to obtain IDs. So Captain Icaboni, who's also here, is present with me, has more insight on that program since he's on the services side of detention. And as you can see here is some medical information that we have. I will touch on the medical refusals, and those are some of the screenings that NAVCare does prior to the inmates being allowed into our custody. And it could be a myriad of reasons, such as high blood pressure, an overdose, injury that could have happened prior to their arrest. So they do a pretty good job of making sure those individuals, before they're allowed into our care, get the proper medical screening, whether it's from us or from one of our local hospitals. And these are some of the numbers throughout this last quarterly period, July, August, and September from NAVCare. I don't want to go through each of them, obviously.
No need. That's okay.
Okay, moving ahead, continuing on with some of the areas that NAVCare covers and their numbers. So if you'd like, you can take a look at those. And again, these are just charts. They're of the same numbers, but they've just been put into a chart. I will point out one mistake. It's in September, I had the numbers flip-flop. And that's for the average daily population. It should be 1,082 for the male population and 235 for the female population. As you can see from our total ADP, our numbers are continuously growing monthly. I believe 2 weeks ago, our inmate count got up to 1,382, which is, in my 23 years working at the sheriff's office, I've never seen it that high. Obviously, our region growth has a little to do with that. So we can expect our numbers to continue to rise. And I do believe that at some point, probably by the end of the year, we may reach a number that we've never seen before. So we're working feverishly and diligently to maintain the safety of our inmates as well as the civilian staff and our deputies, but it's becoming more increasingly hard to maintain with the average daily population increasing monthly. Moving on to our bookings, as you can see, this matches the numbers that I just had up previously. Well, actually, it should have been previously. And let's see if this one is, okay, this is fights. I'm sorry, this is our fights stats for the last quarter. Inmate on inmate, we had 30 inmate on inmate fights. 10, my glasses are foggy. Inmate versus staff, and then 70 of those fights were averted. This is due in part to either inmates stepping in to break it up or our staff being very diligent in their job performances and preventing those fights. Over this last quarterly period, we also had one in custody death, and that was from a heroin overdose. Again, and thankfully we did not have any completed suicide attempts in our jail. And that's just a chart of the fights over this period.
Okay.
Do you want to cover anything on the IAP, since that's your? I can. Okay.
Just identify yourself. For the
Hello,
record.
Captain Scott Icaboni. For our inmate assistance program, there's been a lot of progress since July. We had some movement, made some adjustments in the unit, and we're starting to take a more proactive approach while collaborating with the courts and the programs themselves. So we've had an uptick in the amount of inmates we've been able to assist and get out into the community, back into with the warm handoff that we're looking for. And we're partnering with many different, and we're always looking for more partners out there so we can do that warm handoff. We did have an increase in those, which in turn helps us with jail days saved and helps lower our population, which, as Captain Mosley pointed out, is ever increasing for a multitude of reasons.
And here are some numbers that shows you the savings because of our inmate assistance program. And that breaks it down by the month, the savings that we've been able to save the county. It's pretty significant. They do a tremendous job, and they're very proactive as far as reaching out whenever they're contacted for any services needed. It's daily, it's constant, and they have a tremendous workload because we have so many in custody right now. So a big thank you to our inmate assistance program, detention services program, and Captain Icaboni as well. Staffing update, we currently have 5 deputies in their field training program. Of those 5, I believe 4 are lateral transfers from other agencies. And they are just scheduled to complete their training program in mid-November, and they will be assigned I believe all will be assigned to the detention facility. We currently have 20 in the NNLEA Academy, and they will begin their training program in December. Over this period, 3-month period, we've had 24 complete their FTO program, and they are currently on the working on the detention line. And we have also had several transfer from detention to patrol. So, and that should be it.
Okay. Commissioners, questions for the captains? Go. Commissioner John.
Mr. Chairman, and this is something that actually came up in the public comment that I wanted to address as well. It just reminded me, and that is when Commissioner Lucy and I went and met with NAFCARE, it was a little theatrical, I'm not going to lie, because they weren't stepping up to the plate, so we were looking at another vendor. One thing that we found out that you were talking about getting them cleaned up, one of the biggest things that NAFCARE had as a data point that I want this board to remember is the nutrition and how much behavior changed when the doctors pulled their blood and then got them on the right vitamins, minerals, all those things, how much the behavior in the jail changes too. So it's all closely tied just at that basic, what you put into somebody's bellies, which you guys know if you have kids, there's a different behavior that will be, even this grown woman, if you give me sugar, I act like off the wall. And I think that you keep an eye on that, you guys, because that nutrition was groundbreaking in terms of behavior management and change. But I just want to say, I think you're doing a great job with a different reality that we're living in now. And I have heard from detention line staff how overwhelmed this jail is getting with it's just not designed for safety of the correctional officers versus, and then the safety of the guests of our county. I remember they're all innocent until proven guilty last time I checked. But I think this board, your next big thing you're going to work on, just with my 15 years experience of watching this and it being brought up, is you're going to have to build a new jail. And there's no ifs, ands, and buts about it. Poor Mr. Brown probably wants to hit the deck right now because we built a homeless shelter, but we really are just like the rest of America, that we delayed and put off all of these capital improvements because we had no money to pay and resources. But I think your jail, this is time for the sheriff and all of us to be rallying around that, because I honestly believe a jail should not be wretched. And let me tell you why. Prison, that's punishment. But jail, according to our Constitution, we're innocent till proven guilty. We shouldn't be in crummy cells. We should be in an Airbnb as an American with all my rights, right? Until my jury or I make a settlement, I'm just as fancy as anybody else in the world, and I have all my rights and features and benefits. So part of that jail transformation and getting the funding, I think if you go from that perspective, why should they go to a wretched place when they're getting ready to go before a jury or to make a settlement when I thought we were all presumed innocent, right? But I think you're doing a great job with a lot of less resources in a very changing and dynamic time in detention. And as long as that jail has lasted, is because staff has invested themselves into fixing that. And people don't want to talk about this, about a jail, how expensive they are. Well, when we build schools, that is not for 24/7, 365 wear and tear, but schools get the wear and tear. Walk around a school, even our brand new ones. So our jails have to be fortified and more lovely as time goes on, as we recognize that. This is the detention for the innocent, because that's what jail. Now, I know you're going to argue with me. There's some outliers. Yes, of course, there's some people serving time there. But in general, the way the system's supposed to work, we're a holding place for innocent people. So that's all I have to say. That's how I'm going to change happiness in Washoe County. Thank you.
Hence detention. Detention, yeah. Not retention. That's right. Okay. Thank you, Commissioner. Vice Chair Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the presentation. I know that the sheriff is working on getting us some more data as to why stays are increasing. Is there any anecdotal information that you could provide the board today as we're, digging up those statistics?
Yes, Commissioner, we're looking at a variety of different data markers that point to that. We're coming out of the pandemic still, unfortunately, and the backlog that was created by the pandemic. So the court system is still bogged down just a touch, and we're working towards that. So the fact that we have people in our jail that have been there for 2+ years, some 3 or 4, that have been in the jail waiting trial, that tends to increase that number. Some of those are federal. So that's kind of is an indirect hit. So we're looking at a variety of different reasons, but our jail is a reflection of our community. The same things that we're experiencing regionally and locally, statewide, nationally, we're just experiencing on a smaller level in custody. So we're dealing with a lot more things. Treatment to competency has been an issue that I know has come up. Mental health on the uptick in our region. The lack of resources at the state level, unfortunately, the room at Lakes Crossing and Stein and everything else statewide, that causes even further delays. So to take that data out of that footprint, I think wouldn't be as beneficial. There is movement, but people are in certain categories staying a lot longer than they used to.
Thank you for that. It does help. It does help. And I know that the state is looking at moving forward with another forensic hospital down in southern Nevada, which should help with Lakes Crossing, and hopefully we'll see some, movement with that. But yes, that's concerning that folks are in there for multiple years waiting for their trial. So I can't wait to see the details of the data, because I want to push on our partners to see how they can help us, and push on the state if there's some issues happening on that front too, because like you said, it's unacceptable for people to be staying in there that long. And then obviously the overdoses are so concerning, and the drugs getting into the jail. So I'm sure that, we're working on some new systems in place to see how we can, in the same way we did with the suicides. And I think that we've seen the outcome of the investments by this board in the jail to prevent suicides as well.
We have, and we've decreased that with changing up our mail system a bit. Most of our mail goes to an outside facility, is now scanned and emailed with the use of smart communications in the tablets.
Great.
That has cut down on some coming in, but people can be creative, so they find other creative ways that we're now, through intel and through our investigations, we're starting to find other creative ways that are being utilized. And we were just meeting this morning trying to discuss, we'll have to get with legal and find out what we can do and what we could eliminate, if anything, to help continue to address that, because again, it's the safety of everybody in there. It's the folks in custody who are presumed innocent, Commissioner Jung, and as well as staff, both commissioned and civilian. We have volunteers that come in from the outside. There's a lot of people that affect what we're able to do in that facility, and our goal is to keep all of them safe. So we're working as best we can on those solutions.
Thank you. And budget's coming up, so if there are, opportunities for this board to invest in the safety of the staff and the inmates, we want to hear it, and that's, our prerogative on this board. So thank you very much for your time. I'm looking forward to my next tour.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Commissioner Herman.
I have to respect you, gentlemen, for what you're doing with so little. You're doing so much with so little help, actually. I think there are some ways we probably could help out. I mean, there are ways that we have facilities, some facilities that are not full, that could be probably used for your long-term people that are just waiting for a trial, but it just seems like we could be able to shuffle some of that around. The budget, again, I think you've been a little short-handed there, so I'll be happy to, to give you all you need, for sure. What you're doing is the dirty work of the county, really, basically. You're dealing with the worst of the worst, and keeping us safe in the process. So thank you so much for what you do.
Thank you.
Sticking with it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioners. So I'll just follow up here. Yeah, the numbers are, the way that they're escalating are frightening. And the problem is that when we, as a community, envisioned a regional detention facility, we didn't really envision how it would have to grow and how we would fund that. And so that's just something we're going to have to look at, and we're going to have to see as a community, how do we deal with that? One thing I wanted to bring up, though, and this is something, and Commissioner Lucy is not here today, but I think he should chime in on this, and that is the hard work that he put in on alternative sentencing. And that process of what he's done, what he worked on to try to keep people, along with the courts, keep people out of jail to begin with, right? There's a way. And so I wanted to acknowledge that because he's in your words, Commissioner Jung, the subject matter expert on alternative sentencing and the hard work that he's put in over the years. God bless him, the trips that you've taken, Bob, to go see the detention facilities and to go see all the programs and et cetera, everything from, the rehab programs and whatnot. So I appreciate that hard work. Talk to us about, just briefly, the idea of how do we ensure that, when you heard us talk about this earlier with the CARES campus, on recidivism, once you guys get somebody dried out, get them moving on the correct path, is the sheriff working with NAFCARE to work with our regional partners outside? I heard from our regional partners, but I haven't heard from, our staff, but I haven't heard from you guys.
The easy answer to that is we work with anybody that's willing to work with the clients we serve, the patients we serve, however you want to term them. The issue is we have a community that is growing. I mean, we're 17%, our population in Washoe County is growing.
Yes.
Therefore, those resources are used not just by our clients, but by the community itself.
Right.
So the warm handoff is not as frequent as maybe it used to be.
Okay.
But we have a multitude of different folks that we work through with our detention services unit, the inmate assistance program.
Okay.
NAFCARE has developed some good relationships with the hospitals and other local entities, so we can try our best to have the wraparound services that we desire. But again, as a detention center, there's only so far we can go. We're not built to treat to competency. So with mental health being on the increase, and it's actually our second highest growing, our protective custody population is actually the fastest growing population in our jail. But with our mental health, with the uptick in mental health, it's really limited us. We can't treat to competency. We're not able to do that. That's the state's job. And again, we're not pointing fingers at anyone at the state. In fact, we're extending a hand because we're working very, very closely with staff at Lakes. It's been very beneficial over the last 6 months to help do what we can while they're in our custody to maybe help decrease the amount of time that's needed at Lakes to treat to competency. So that time has, I think, decreased a little bit.
Something that most people don't know, and we say it up here all the time, the largest mental health facility in Northern Nevada is 911 PAR, sadly. Yeah, and it's a frightening statistic. Yeah, okay. Any other questions, Commissioner Lucy? Okay. I think he's still there. Okay, perfect. Okay. If there's nothing else, gentlemen, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay. Mr. Manager, that now takes us to, let's go on to item number 7. These poor folks have been waiting, and I'm going to make my way down to the podium. Would you read us into item number 7?
Item 7, is a proclamation to proclaim October 25th, 2022 as Nevada Water Innovation Institute Day. And I believe we have Dr. Krishna Pagila here.
Yeah.
All right.
Hey, be nice. I prefer to call them as future water experts. Come onto this side, everyone. Yep, so that we're facing the cameras. Dr. Pagila, before I start this, will you introduce this is Dr. Krishna Pagila from the Water Innovation Institute. What an amazing person we have in our community. He's just done such amazing work, but I'm going to turn it over to him so he can introduce, and then I'll do the proclamation.
Thank you, Commissioner Horton. Thank you, Commissioner Jung. Commissioner Hill, you were there at the 5-year anniversary, and Commissioner Herman, Manager Brown, and DA Nate Edwards, and Clerk. And Commissioner Lucy, you were at the inaugural function 5 years ago and gave the address to the attendees. We have celebrated 5 years of Nevada Water Innovation Institute. As your mission says, we have formed this with the county, the cities, Tumwa, Western Regional Water Commission, and the Stormwater Bureau of Nevada DOT to collaboratively and regionally address water issues to improve our water resiliency and water security for now and for the future. And we are very glad to be here, and thank you for your support. I really would be amiss if I don't acknowledge Mr. Smith, Dwayne Smith, who is here, one of the champions. 6 years ago, he was in the first meeting to establish Nevada Water Innovation Institute. And of course, Assistant County Manager Dave Celero as well. I have here with me my colleagues, Professor Eric Marchand, of the Department of Civil and Environmental Engineering. He's also the Associate Director of the Nevada Water Innovation Institute. Professor Keith Dennett of Civil and Environmental Engineering. Kevin Stewart, a master's student who's working on projects dealing with issues, water quality issues in Tumwa's distribution system. Dr. Lindley, who did her PhD on water resource recovery for A+ water program, which was supported by the county. Now she's a research scientist leading the COVID-19 monitoring effort through wastewater surveillance. Madeline Kareen, PhD student. Madeline was started as an undergraduate, as an intern in our labs, and continued to do work on all the projects all the way till now. She's a PhD student. Laura Hawk, also a research scientist who came to Reno along with me from Chicago as a graduate student. She followed me. She got her bachelor's and master's in Chicago and came here for PhD. Now she's continuing as research scientist. She is the field guru for sampling every sewer manhole and facilities around in Washoe County, all the way from north to south. And Nilafar Garoon, a PhD student who's been working at Truckee Meadows Water Reclamation Facility, understanding how COVID-19 virus goes through the plant. Of course, she's working on many other things as well. So we have a wonderful team. There are many who could not make it here today, but we want to give you a vote of thanks for your support, and I appreciate, Commissioner.
Thank you, Dr. Pagila. You guys know how important this is. This is literally the lifeblood of our community. And it's not just the water resources. You know, we have a very resilient watershed. But, you know, the thing that Dr. Pagila has taught me and that is very important for everyone to recognize is that all water is recycled. It's just recycled in different ways. And so the work that's going on at the Water Innovation Institute, the research that is going on is so critical. We're the most arid state in the nation. And we've got to have people, young people like this, working on solutions to ensure that our water supply is stable and resilient. With that, we have a proclamation. Whereas the Nevada Water Innovation Institute celebrates 5 years of providing collaborative solutions to Nevada's water needs in 2022. And whereas through innovative research and strategic partnerships, the scarcity of water in northern Nevada is being addressed to promote health and economic growth in the Truckee Meadows. And whereas it's through a shared vision of the University of Nevada, Reno, and the regional water resource agencies that demonstrate national leadership in the water sector by developing products, methods, and human resources to help the region to practice sustainable water management. And whereas the Nevada Water Innovation Institute takes a new approach to water management, including pollution prevention, water reclamation and reuse, and education of our future workforce and community on sustainable water use. And whereas it is a collaborative and regional effort by the University of Nevada, Washoe County, Western Regional Water Commission, the Truckee Meadows Water Authority, and the cities of Reno and Sparks that will make a true difference in our region's water. in our region's future of water, rather. Now, therefore, the Washoe County Board of Commissioners does proclaim October 25th, 2022 as Nevada Water Innovation Institute Day. It's dated this 25th day of October, and it's signed by me. So, Dr. Pagila, those are both yours. Doctors, a lot of doctors here. That's right, exactly. Would you like this? You want to say anything? We've let everybody else. I mean, this is you guys' opportunity to get.
I was going to say my PowerPoint deck with all the equations and everything that we're going to test on at the end of the day is not present. But no, just humbly, we wanted to thank the Washoe County Commission, also our partners who were enumerated, doing research, kind of solving problems, right? A lot of times we get really theoretical, we get really fundamental. But when we can actually solve a problem that people in the Truckee Meadows need solved, and we can do it and educate the future workforce and the future brains who are going to be moving the ball forward long after the professors are not here, that's progress, and we do appreciate it. And the visionary approach of commissions like this, City of Reno, City of Sparks, the other utilities, it just really warms my heart. So thank you all. Appreciate it.
Mr. Chairman, I would just like to say, I think this is being lost on the historians here, but I am the archivist, self-appointed. This is the chairman's initiative. We would have never had COVID tracking at sewers if it wasn't for Chairman Hartung. And I'll tell you why, because he can drag us out into the wilderness where we belong to stay innovative. That's something I'm really going to miss here. And that is, he's the one that first came to me about cloud seeding. And of course, I'm like, I don't know about that. That sounds crazy. We funded it, got a ton of data on it, remember? And then and as a skier, I'm like, do everything you can to seed these clouds. And then he came to us about this Innovations Water Research Institute. And he has become the self-appointed, but also self-invested to understand water here and really taking that foot forward and taking some risks. When this came to, we were kind of like, I don't know, Mr. Chairman, I don't know if this is what we want to do. Is this the proper goal and role? And you led us there. You're a trailblazer. You really are. You're a chance taker. And I'm going to miss that so hard about you, Mr. Chairman, because you will take a risk on innovation, and you always need somebody on that on a board. I'm not the most risky on innovation because I came up in '97. I got on here when we were cutting everything. So whenever we spend, ask Mr. Brown, whenever we spend $1, I am very puckered up and nervous. How are we going to make it? But I thank you for that, Mr. Chairman, and this community should thank you. We were on the forefront of checking our sewer data to see where our COVID was going. And I know for a fact, I don't need to argue. Commissioner, and he was chairman then, I mean, not chairman then, Commissioner Hartung and now Chairman Hartung was the one that started that seed money for this innovations and got us county talking about us, and then took his show on the road as he's wont to do. Remember, he's an entrepreneur. Took it to Tumwa, took it to Flood. You need to invest. Took it to the cities. This is a good investment. And I'm just proud he had the vision, because if it was up to this commissioner, I'd say, I don't think we can afford it right now. I'm a little nervous. So thank you for that. And I want you to all to remember that. That was Commissioner Hartung, and he met resistance up here because we didn't know what sort of journey we were going on. But I'll tell you what, you were right. Thank you.
You're giving me way too much credit. But let me just say before somebody else comes up here, it was not a risk at all. There was no risk in this whatsoever. This is a, I take sure bets, and this is a sure bet. Doctor.
I want to thank the commission for the leadership on this, and thank you for your support, and the faculty at UNR in our department appreciate it, and the students have benefited from that. And so we've been able to accomplish some good research, and we thank you for your support and look forward to continued collaboration. So thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Now's the time. Okay, so I'm going to leave you with this, because I think it's important to acknowledge. Our staff is really, from Washoe County's perspective, Dwayne Smith, Dave Solero, and our staff. We no longer have a Water Resources Department, TWR. It got melded into Tumwa during the last few years. That said, it's through their leadership that we are where we are, and I'm proud of the work that's been done by Washoe County with respect to taking effluent, taking it from the liability side of our balance sheet, that water that comes out of our waste treatment plants, taking it from the liability side and turning it into the asset side. And with Dr. Pagila's research, as all of you know, there is an injection project going up in American Flats, which is above Lemon Valley, which is a 7,500 acre feet project where they're going to take water from a reservoir from the Reno Stead Water Reclamation Facility, treat it to drinking water standards, and re-inject it into the aquifer, first in the state. So I'm really proud of everything that these guys have done. I'm proud of what Washoe County has done. I'm proud of what the city of Reno has done. I'm proud of what the city of Sparks has done. This is truly a regional effort. Commissioners, thank you so much. Madam Vice Chair, will you put us into recess for a moment so we can take a picture with these folks? Because I think it's extremely important.
Yes, let's recess for a few minutes for a photo.
I'm going to bring us back out of recess. By the way, Commissioners, that was in the form of a motion. May I get a second? I have a second by Commissioner Herman. Do we have any public comment on this item, Madam Clerk?
We do not.
Okay, we'll close public comment, bring it back to the board. We have a motion by Hartung, second by Herman. Is there any other discussion on this item? Seeing none, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries unanimously with Commissioner Lucy being remote. That takes us now, Mr. Manager, to back to item number 5. We're going to do Commissioners and County Managers announcements.
Item 5 is Commissioners and County Managers announcements.
Mr. Manager, I know you have a couple of items for us. You have someone special to introduce, so I'll turn the floor over to you.
I do, Mr. Chair. It is my pleasure to introduce our new Chief Financial Officer, Ms. Abby Yakobin, who is in chambers today. This is her second day on the job at Washoe County. And as I think the commissioners know, she comes to us from Las Vegas, where she serves as the City of Las Vegas Deputy Finance Director since 2017, overseeing a $2 billion, that's with a B, annual budget, about twice the size of our budget here at the county. She has about 20 years of experience managing finances for local governments of all sizes, and a master's degree in public policy from the Chicago Harris School of Policy Studies and certified public finance officers certification. So please join me in welcoming Abby to the chambers. And Abby.
We always love to take people from Las Vegas. Thrills me.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Manager Brown. Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chairwoman, members of the Commission, thank you so much for this opportunity. I'm so grateful and honored to serve the stakeholders and residents of Washoe County, you as the Commission, Manager Brown and his executive team, and as I'm very, very quickly learning after only a day and a half, the very skilled and excellent Finance Department members. So thank you for the opportunity. I'm grateful.
Thank you so much. And welcome.
I love it here.
Mr. Manager, do you have any other items for us?
I have two other items, Mr. Chair. First, some further good news. Ms. Amber Howell, who's our Director of the Human Services Agency and who is in chambers today, has been busy prospecting for additional funding for our various programs. And earlier this week, the Interim Finance Committee approved over $20 million in additional support, which includes emergency services, supports for foster children and children, welfare families, independent living youths, and software enhancements and mental health placements for our guests in our various facilities. You know, we talk about the money we spend, commissioners, on various safety net and indigent services. I would just point out to you, Amber models the behavior that I think you'll see become more broadly modeled in this organization going forward, where we not only know how to spend the money, we know how to go after resources from other agencies to help make these things possible so that it's just not on the backs of the Washoe County taxpayers. So I just want to congratulate Amber and her
Well
team
done,
for a
Ms.
job
Howell.
well done. And then last but not least, on the there is an election going on. Early voting started on Saturday and will continue through November 4th. The general election, of course, is November 8th. We will canvass the vote on November 18th, and folks can find information at washoecounty.gov/voters / the banner at the top of the page. I do want to point out there have been multiple complaints of voters not receiving ballots. We are working with the local U.S. Postal Service representatives to figure out what's going on there, and they are being very cooperative, so I don't want anybody to villainize the Postal Service. It appears we did our mail release in a shorter window than we normally do. We usually mail earlier. The deadline was the 18th. The mail did go out on the 18th, but there's a lot of mail that has to be distributed through the various postal systems, and that appears to be causing us a delay. If people are concerned and you want to receive another ballot, you can contact 311 and we can get you another ballot. I also would remind folks that early voting means if you have a ballot, certainly you can drop it at those centers, but you can also go there to vote. So if you're a registered voter, there are 18 early voting centers. Beat the crowd, and you can go and vote early if that's available to you. So those are my updates, Mr. Chair, for this afternoon.
Would you also remind people if they do have two ballots not to vote with both?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Commissioner Herman, I have you signed in first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have one item, and it's a question for our county manager. Is there a possibility that a group of my constituents have the use of this meeting room for a meeting, probably around 200 people? So you can.
We can talk about that.
Yeah, okay. Because I thought you'd be the best one to ask for
Okay.
that. Thank you.
Okay. Anyone else? Commissioner Jung?
Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The only announcement that I had to make, and I had my notes here, and now I can't think of where exactly. My concern going forward, which, take it for what it's worth, people. It's free, and you should honor it as such. I was thinking, I wonder if Nate the Great, our development attorney, could work on something if this board wants to. So don't just hear me out. To fund our Affordable Housing Trust Fund, Nate has to figure out for you guys how to tax or ask for increments from people who are building here. You get what I'm putting down? Because how else are we going to build this housing trust fund? And maybe Mr. Edwards can look into, obviously not quid pro quo, that's against the rules, but more of something of you either put into this housing trust fund or you build this many affordable housing units. And how can we make that as an overall county policy going forward for your new Board of County Commissioners who might not have any interest in it, but kick it around in your head, because I know you know all the development law, and one of the greatest in the state of Nevada, I might say, when it comes to the law of land use and development. I'm just wondering if there can't be, and here's the other thing I'm thinking of, commissioners, is there a tax implication or incentive for developers of commercial or residential to have them offload cash to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund so that you guys actually can fund this and start incentivizing? So that's just where my wild, maybe a little criminal mind went, and that's why we keep the ADA here. I'm wondering if you guys can't move forward with something like that, that is a stick and a carrot, but also isn't, of course, Mr. Nate Edwards not taking the property rights of any American in or any citizen of Washoe County. So that's just something that floated up in my head as we're looking at all of the initiatives that you will be taking on going forward. And I'm just wondering, do some research on that. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you. Let me jump in here because I've got a whole bunch of things. From RTC, we've got the McCarran study going on right now. The community is invited to visit rtcwashoe.com to see the proposed improvements. Comments or questions can be directed to McCarran study at rtcwashoe.com or by calling 775-335-1901. Comments on the draft study will be accepted through November 30th. I'll repeat that number, 775-335-1901. And they can also email at McCarran Study, that's McCarran STUDY at rtcwashoe.com. So that's the first thing. And by the way, that's taking the McCarran Boulevard Corridor Study is taking an in-depth look at transportation issues and opportunities along the 23-mile ring road encircling the Reno-Sparks urbanized area. So that's that. You guys may not know this. Miss Andrea Pelto was named, she is the Sparks Senior Citizens Advisory Committee Chairwoman. She was named senior, let me get it right, of the year. No. It's a little different. I was at the City of Sparks yesterday. Marcy Coopersmith won it last year, correct? And now Andrea won it this year. So Sparks acknowledge acknowledged her yesterday. It's the Nevada Senior of the Year is what it is. Okay? So, and Marcy won it last year. So I wanted to congratulate Miss Pelto. And I think she's very deserved of this. She's very involved. She's a Spitfire. She's a ball of fire. There's no question of that. I also, and I don't see Mr. Smith in the audience, but there's been a couple of questions, and I think that this is important for us to look into. And I've been frustrated with the Washoe County School District. I'm going to say it on record because of the length of the school zone on Sky Ranch Boulevard on my own street. It's very short, but I don't see why we have. It's almost folks are intransigent about wanting to put a school zone on Highland Ranch Parkway, for God's sakes. So I want to understand from Mr. Solero and Mr. Smith, I want to understand what's going on. We've got a lot of growth that has been approved, not just by this board, but of course the Five Ridges project at the city of Sparks, which will be 1,700 houses ultimately down at near the corner of Highland Ranch Boulevard, Sparks Boulevard, and Pyramid. So I want to understand who gets to decide where a school zone is, how long is it, and what's the process of that. Then finally, I wanted to remind everyone we have a ribbon cutting coming, commissioners, which is the Nevada Veterans Memorial Plaza in Sparks. It's at 3 p.m. November 4th. If you have not gone out to see this plaza, go see it. It will astound you how beautiful it is. We're still working on it. It is really, I'll tell you what, it's a gem in our community. It is at the marina. Thank you, Commissioner Jung. It's at the marina, at the Sparks Marina, which is off of Lincoln, and I can't think of the other. I'm drawing a blank on the two streets. But it is behind sort of Sierra Sids and Western Village, right there. Go see it. It will impress you. It will astound you. This was the vision of former mayor, now past mayor, who passed away, Ron Smith. That's exactly right. And Councilman Dare. I serve on the advisory board. I serve on their board. But Councilman Dare has really done the yeoman's work here, and he has really run this ball down the field. He's done an amazing job of keeping everyone on track, and I want to thank him so much for that. So that is all I have. Thank you. I forgive the disquisition on my part. Commissioner Lucy, I think I have you signed in next.
Thank you, Chairman. I do appreciate the opportunity to speak. First off, as Manager Brown pointed out this morning in his comments, early voting did start on Saturday, and we have those early voting polls available to every individual to get out to. I want to give a huge shout out, not only to the manager, but to interim voter registrar Jimmy Rodriguez and her staff, for being able to pull together an amazing start with some challenges. We know there were some challenges, and they're working very diligently. I just recently, as of yesterday, went to the new website and am thrilled with the availability and how functional it is. I think they're doing a wonderful job to address a number of the issues. And so that to me is huge. I want to say thank you to the ROV staff, everybody who is participating, both volunteers and paid staff, to make sure we have a very secure and very functional election, and to preserve our democracy. Secondly, one thing I did want to point out, we missed it, and I don't know how we missed it, but October is Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and we usually do a proclamation for breast cancer awareness. We have so many of our staff our survivors of breast cancer awareness. So many of our staff know family or have family members that are survivors of breast cancer or have succumbed to breast cancer. It's October. I was driving by. For those women and daughters and mothers in your family, urge them to go get their mammogram, get out, participate, be part of the situation. And we want to wish everybody, smart. Breast cancer is a real challenge still in today's day and age, and it's one of those things that we need to continue to address in that manner. And then lastly, I do want to take a moment to thank once again Amber Howell and HSA for their continued diligence to go find money to support our ongoing challenges at Human Services from birth to death. The county maintains we will help everybody, no matter how dire the situation. And she is a true soldier that takes her time and energy and commits her life to going and finding that money to preserve those services for our community. So I wanted to thank her. So thank you, Chairman. That's all I have this morning.
Thank you, Commissioner. And Mr. Manager, we have to figure out a way to put these acknowledgements, these proclamations, on some type of a calendar so that we have them where we don't miss them. And thank you, Commissioner Lucy, for bringing that up. I think we all have numerous friends. I have a family member who's a breast cancer survivor. Family members on the board here, and so I agree with you, Commissioner. I don't know how the heck we missed that, but thank you for bringing that up, and we do need to definitely acknowledge that. Did I shake, or did anyone shake anything loose for anyone else? Okay, so Commissioners, we have. I'm sorry, Commissioner Jung, go ahead.
Just what I meant to say, and thank goodness Commissioner Lucy remembered it, is there is nobody else in the state of Nevada in Human Services who has been able to, and I don't know how she does it, you guys, because I've gone to places and asked for money and they laugh at me. But Amber Howell has brought in billions of cash, and you all know cash is worth way more than, well, of course you finance people do. They're going, yeah, we want cash. But she has brought in more cash than any other employee that I've ever seen in 15 years. So, Mr. Brown, I love the cultural change, too, that we are seeing here at the county is to making sure that we're not just good at spending tax dollars, but getting other people to help us spend their tax dollars to take care of the crossover of our constituents. So, Amber, you deserve and you should take this on the road and go to all the states and teach them how to do this, because the fact that we get cash from people is beyond and more than justifies your whole team. And I want you to know that publicly. I know it's not easy. I know you are outnumbered, outgunned, out-resourced by the behemoth that's down in southern Nevada, but it seems like you outwit them every time. And I know that has a lot to do with our reputation, because they trust her with the money at the state, and she has great Amber came from the state. That's another one that we stole from a different organization, because we are good at seeing talent and then doing everything we can to get them over to us. I mean, I think we all whisper to Mr. Brown, you better hire this person, or, those sort of things, these resources that are out there. But I'll tell you, she knows the state funding and the state reimbursement, but more importantly, which is not even her job, by the way, she is out there doing development, which by development in the fancy business, we just mean fundraising. And I am so glad that Commissioner Lucy brought it up, because that is what I really wanted to put forward and make sure that people understand this. And I'm telling you, Ms. Howell, you get sick of us, you could go out on the road and teach all kinds of people how to do that. So that's the cool thing about being a subject matter expert. You're worth it. So thank you. And thank you, Mr. Brown, for encouraging and letting your staff kind of chart their own way in the areas that they love to do, but also you hold them accountable to get the stuff they need to get done. But she does this I don't know what time, because her whole life is dedicated to children in need. So, but she just happens to end up getting us a ton of dough, and I love it. That's value added, and I think that that is a great cultural transformation. We're not just here spending your money, we're also here to make sure your money is sustainable. So thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for giving me that time.
Thank you, Commissioner. Okay.
Chairman,
Oh, go ahead.
Chairman, one last
Yep.
thing, sir. Thank you. I do want to, I want a little bit of information. I do want to send also a congratulations, even though we do take quite a few people from Southern Nevada and benefit greatly from taking people from Southern Nevada as welcoming our new CFO. But we often send some of our brightest stars to Southern Nevada as well, looking for them to pave waves in some of the bigger counties. And just as of last Tuesday, there was a unanimous decision for one of our friends and colleagues, Mr. Kevin Schiller, to be appointed to the new county manager of Clark County. So one of our very own that started with us as an assistant county manager is now in charge of the largest urban county in the state of Nevada, and overseeing a very large and very important. And he, just like Amber Howell, spends a lot of time being innovative and utilizing, not only finding money, but finding smart ways to spend that money. And I wish him the best. And I look forward to a continued One Nevada approach with the new board at this organization and Manager Brown and Manager Schiller and the board in Clark County to continue to be the two largest populous counties to work together to address the issues of this state. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Yeah, and I would point out, Mr. Schiller started in HSA. When I came on board, that's where he was. He started. He was in HSA. So, yes, thank you, Commissioner. That's important. Okay, if there's nothing else, we'll move on. That takes us. So, commissioners, let's kind of figure out our time schedule here. We have lunch waiting for us upstairs. I'll need to take a break for at least a few minutes coming up here soon. I'd suggest we do our consent agenda, and then we'll decide what we're going to do after that, and just in terms of timing and how we're going to deal with some of these public hearings. Mr. Manager, would you take us into item number 8, please?
Excuse me, item 8 are the consent items, which are, Mr. Chair, 8A1 through 8F1. And I have no changes this afternoon.
Okay. Commissioners, any questions on the consent agenda?
No, Mr. Chairman. I move to approve the consent agenda.
Okay, I have a motion. I have a motion by Vice Chair Hill, second by Commissioner Jung. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment on this item?
We do not.
Okay, we'll close public comment, bring it back to the board. We have a motion and a second. Seeing no other discussion, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? So we don't have our voting system. Commissioner Lucy, are you an aye?
Aye, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Herman, are you an aye? Okay, thank you. All right, motion carries unanimously. All right, commissioners, would you like to entertain a block vote and then go upstairs, or do you want to muscle through? What's the desire of this board?
Mr. Chairman, I'm happy to entertain a block vote and then perhaps have a lunch break before the public hearings.
Okay, all right, go ahead.
All right, I suggest that we block 9, 10, and 14, please.
Have a motion by Vice Chair Hill to block items number 9, 10, and 14. I have a second by Commissioner Jung. Mr. Manager, would you read those items in, and then we'll take public comment if there is any.
Item 9 is the Community Services recommends to approve an agreement for services between Washoe County and Veris Associates Nevada, LLC for the design, programming, and construction engineering support for the Washoe County Sheriff's Office Detention and Court Security Control System Upgrade Project in the amount of $691,624 as outlined in the staff report. Item 10 is a Human Services Agency recommends to award request for proposal 3171-22 to New Hope Placement LLC, doing business as WellCare Services, to provide housing, property management, and supportive services to the Men's Crossroads Program, a Washoe County Human Services Agency led initiative providing a tiered, modified housing first approach through effective programming services and community collaboration as outlined in the staff report. Item 14 is the Technology Services recommends to approve the reimbursement of costs incurred by the City of Reno, the City of Sparks, and Washoe County for expenses related to and in support of the enhanced 911 emergency response system and portable event recording devices as outlined in the staff report.
I have a motion and a second. All those, do we have any public comment, Madam Clerk?
We do not.
Okay, thank you so much. All those in favor of approving items 9, 10, and 14, please state aye. Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. And any opposed, please state nay. Hearing none, we will take a recess until 1:30. Thank you very much.
Clerk, are you guys ready? Oh, actually, I think we can start. I'm gonna bring us back to order. Thank you so much. Mr. Manager, if I've done my math correctly, I believe we are now on item number 11.
Item 11 is a recommendation to approve, well, Mr. Chair, first I should say we're going to take, if it's okay, items 11 and 12 together
11 and 12 together?
because they are our community reinvestment folks.
Okay.
So
I will open up both 11 and 12. Go ahead, Mr.
That's
Manager.
okay.
Read them both in, and then we'll
Okay.
move forward.
All right, so item 11 is a recommendation to approve allocations of American Rescue Plan Act funds with the Coronavirus State Fiscal Recovery Fund and Coronavirus Local Fiscal Recovery Fund. That's a mouthful. Item 12 is recommendation to accept local assistance and tribal consistency funds allocation from the United States Department of Treasury in the amount of $9,427,223.08 with no county match. And in chambers today, Mr. Chair, we have our Community Reinvestment Manager, and that would be Gabrielle Infield, and Carissa Bradley, who's our Grants and Community Program Analyst.
Ms. Enfield, Ms. Bradley, welcome.
Thank you.
The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Chair Hartung, Madam Vice Chair, County Commissioners. We've heard a lot of public comment today on item B, and Carissa Bradley led this component of our program, so I'm going to let her go through those. But before we get to the nonprofit grants, I just want to touch on A and C of this item. Those two items are specific to the General Improvement District awards. And you'll remember that we had two previous awards that were approved, one for Palomino Valley and one for Sun Valley, GID. And each of the awards to the General Improvement Districts were for $250,000. And what we've done with these awards is to work with the GID to ensure that the award is specific to the needs of each of those communities and what they want to specifically spend those funds on. So item A is for the Incline Village General Improvement District, and they will be enhancing a local recreation activities at their skate park. The second one is for the Gerlach General Improvement District. This one is not a sub-grant, but rather it'll be administered through Washoe County with the assistance of Assistant County Manager Dave Solaro. And we've been working with them for some time to support affordable housing up in Gerlach. And this project is specific to assisting the GID with a plan and a study for 18 acres that the GID owns and how to use that property for affordable housing. I'm going to go ahead and pass the presentation off to. Do you have a copy of the presentation? Is it? Are we not able to get it up?
I don't have the copy.
Oh. Have a staff report. We're fine, we can go with just a sec. Well, we won't take any more time on, we can go forward without. I think.
They're not do or die. It'll be fine. No problem.
We had great presentations from our nonprofits. I think you got a flavor for what you're funding.
You did, yes. And good afternoon, Commissioners. Carissa Bradley for the record. Again, I just want to say thank you to our nonprofit leaders who came out today. I think they did an amazing job of doing this presentation for me. I wanted to first say I came into this position in January, and I knew it was going to be really dynamic, and I was really excited for it. And I think this part of my job has been a way to give back and also give me some perspective of what's going on in the community and how us as the county can help in assisting our recovery from the pandemic. And I'm very excited to present to you these 12 first nonprofits today. I wanted to give you a quick overview of just sort of the program itself. Gabrielle has introduced elements of the program over the last few staff reports. Since I came on in January, we've introduced this program, so the Community Reinvestment Grant Program was an open and competitive grant solicitation supported by the county's allocation of the American Rescue Plan state and local fiscal recovery funds. This board had directed us to find around $4 million worth of nonprofit grants to support. This was open between June 1st and July 15th of this year, and we received over 75 eligible applicants. And fortunately, the community told us what they needed. The community said, hey, here are the priorities that you all lined out. Here's what's going on. We're on the ground. And we diligently read through all of those applications and did our best to really balance the needs, not only for initiatives that have come from you and during Board of County Commissioner meetings, but also initiatives that we're seeing just trends throughout the community for. Applicants were asked to identify that community need. They were also asked to identify how their program or service would advance equity in our community. They were asked to present us how they're going to help respond to the COVID-19 pandemic and how their solution is fitting those needs. During the program, we marketed through social media and various email chains to nonprofits, and we provided ongoing technical support to any applicant who was interested in talking with us one-on-one about what could strengthen their application, any questions they have about our portal, et cetera, et cetera. So that was a very gratifying thing to work on over the summer. Next thing I wanted to talk about was just sort of the selection and criteria that we used. So we reviewed and scored all of our applicants based on the answers that they provided to us through the application portal. And they were analyzed based on a few different factors. One of those being alignment with priority areas and pandemic recovery efforts. So we initiated 6 priority areas, but we didn't limit funding to those alone. We wanted this to be a flexible opportunity for community members and community leaders to tell us what's going on, and kind of making that pie work as best as we could. We also looked for projects that collaborated strongly with Washoe County existing services, and as many of the nonprofits noted today in their testimony is that they're doing the work and they're finding collaborative solutions with existing county services, or they are extensions of the things that we provide, or mitigating future things that we may need to provide. And I think you'll see a little bit more of that in the coming weeks when we present to additional nonprofits. Quickly, on the equity piece of things, we considered the population being served, the geographic distribution of where these nonprofits were providing services to. Today we had some great speakers from Friends of Black Rock High Rock. We have Incline Village being represented, and then obviously a lot of our Reno Sparks nonprofits are pretty active in this area. And we wanted to also consider, with presenting these to you, the long-term sustainability of these programs, and recognizing that these are one-time funds. We are not funding any programs at 100% full-time staff, encouraging those nonprofits to find alternatives and find that blend of funding for these staff roles. And they were all welcome to those conversations and really met us at the table to negotiate those budgets. That said, today we're bringing 12 nonprofit subgrants in the amount of $1,021,113.13. Anybody that works in grants knows that indirect costs can sometimes give you some funky little dollars and cents there at the bottom, so mind me on that. And again, this is just our first batch that we're bringing to you all. We're aiming to bring the remaining subgrants to either the November or December meeting, depending on a couple more discussions with leadership internally before we bring it to the board. If you have any questions, feel free to let me know, but Gabrielle is going to discuss a little bit on item 12.
Okay, so before you step away, commissioners, do you have any questions for Ms. Bradley? Or do you want to,
I'm flexible.
She's here.
I don't have any questions. I just was very impressed about how you went through these grants and reviewed them and gave feedback to folks who didn't make it through this first round, and established relationships and worked with people as they worked through this process. And I think you can just see how diverse all of these grantees are, and I'm just very excited that we're able to support them, because they're supporting really essential services that the county can't do. So I really appreciate your work, and I just want to commend you, Ms. Bradley.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Anyone else? Okay.
For item 12, again, this is Gabrielle Enfield for the record. The Local Assistance and Tribal Consistency Fund, we are accepting these funds. This is another new funding source under the American Rescue Plan Act. Washoe County has been allocated $9,427,223.08. We recently submitted the application and acceptance. The Treasury portal is unique, and you may remember this from when we received the state and local fiscal recovery funds. It's one process. You apply and accept in kind of the portal. So you'll notice that. That's why it's a retroactive acceptance, and we actually have already received these dollars. The first tranche of the funds, $4.7 million, has been received late last week. These funds are in addition to the ARPA state and local fiscal recovery funds. That was the funding that the last item was related to. It's a different program, and the Treasury has just finalized the formula for that program, and so just released those funds. But it's the same original $3 trillion act. And these funds are very broad. We have more flexibility in the use of these funds and in the timing of the end date. So we are not restricted by the obligation date as we are with the state and local fiscal recovery funds and the expenditure date. So we really have an open timeline for expenditure, and these are very broad. General governmental services or programs, capital expenditure that are traditionally undertaken by government. I won't go through all the details, but anything that you do with government is allowable under these funds. The only exception that you can't use these funds for is lobbying, and that's true of any federal funding. The next steps will be for us to meet with county leadership and gather input on priorities and direction regarding the use of these funds, and of course, input from this board. Community Reinvestment will manage the distribution of these funds and the required reporting to the U.S. Department of Treasury. And I'll take any questions.
Very good. Questions for staff? I want to follow Vice Chair Hill's comments by just saying, great job. This stuff it's so difficult to navigate, and this is where a county the size of Washoe, where we really have staff members who are experts, Commissioner Jung, subject matter experts in this kind of stuff. Navigating the government portals is anything but easy. To say it's like climbing Mount Everest barefooted, I think is not even enough. You guys have done a phenomenal job. You've done a really great job, and I'm very appreciative, and it could not have been easy going through all of this stuff, trying to figure it all out. So I commend staff. I think you've got some great recommendations. Commissioner Jung.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I echo that. And And here's the deal. We have Gabrielle Enfield, who is probably the best grant manager in all of the state. I mean, honestly, she is the best. And so, while I will say again on the record, I hate spending money. It makes me a nervous wreck just the way I came in here since 2007. I know that with Miss Enfield on it, who you taught me a very important thing when I first got here, and of course you don't remember it, I'm sure, because it was impactful on me, but you said, because I said, well, let's separate these grants into 10,000 apiece, we can get everybody. She said, Commissioner Jung, that is such a waste of money. It will cost them $10,000 to administer the grant. So she was teaching me that diminishing it and trying to spread it everywhere is actually counterintuitive, which you don't come out of your mother's uterus knowing that. That is no way you bump into that or learn that, right? This is not just a human common sense. I thought, put it everywhere and let's see what happens. So I will say this, I feel perfectly comfortable with all of these recommendations, Ms. Bradley and Ms. Enfield, and I'm going to tell you why. I took copious notes during public comment, but I also went back and looked at your rubric, and I went back and looked at the representation here. This staff doing a very hard job, and I'm sure this commissioner did not get involved in it because I think staff knows better what all of our resources are and who actually is a resource and who's kind of, you know, schlups in the community, always getting grants but never really doing anything. So I stayed off of it, and I'm glad I did, because I know you're a professional, and I know Ms. Bradley is, and I know Mr. Brown is. And let me highlight for the public's appetite where this ARPA funding is going. Youth, pets, affordable housing, arts and culture. We both have a performing arts center and a museum as a recipient. We have increased home conditions, people who come and do repairs on people's homes who cannot do their repairs. Respite for caregivers. We also have supervision, Commissioner Lucy, of children before and after school and during breaks, those Sierra Journeys. I know a kid that's been in there, and I've looked at it in the summertime, and let me tell you something, I want to go. That looks like the best summer science camp on the planet. And also the Black Rock High Desert, which I agree, we should be doing a whole lot more showing that area and telling the story. And by the way, I'm not a burner. I've never been to Burning Man. I don't like crowds. And then the Latina organization, which is helping people who are vulnerable and victims of our own circumstances here. And most importantly, what she didn't mention, because it's not as sexy as sex trafficking, we have a lot of labor trafficking right here. People who are indentured in some way or form and cannot get away from their coyote or their employer, who even maybe vouched for them to take care of them financially, and now they're indentured. So she didn't say that because I know where she's going on that, because it doesn't get as much of the attention. But that's slavery. That's modern day slavery today. And I am proud of this board and this staff who, there's a bite here for everyone. And you know all of us wild ones up here where we like to bite. I think everybody got a bite at this our first time around. So well done. And I bet you're having a blast, because these grant women, it's always been women, I'm sorry, since I've been in business, they care about this too. And they know who performs and who doesn't, because they can go into the database and see who's doing, you know, I don't know I didn't know how anything worked in that world. And I consider myself just dangerous in what I know about grants, because you taught me, Ms. Enfield. So thank you. Good job, Mr. Brown. Good teamwork. I know this is hard. I know you've got a lot of audience and constituents, let alone just these 5 goofballs up here. So I appreciate it. I'm glad you guys made the choices, because I know you know more than anybody else what's legit and what is necessary here. And I might add too, actually government does a lot of things much cheaper, but we do like the nonprofits to do a beta for us to see if we can jump in, and that's a real need. So these nonprofits are part of our experimental lab, so to speak, and that's when we decide whether or not this is an improvement for us one way or the other. And I'll tell you where government is not cheaper, or is much cheaper than the open market. Ask Kinko's if they want me to start doing printing, because we'd put them all out of business here with our print shop. So there are many areas where government is much cheaper to do business, and I don't want to let that trope be unchallenged, because there's a lot of areas that we do it much more efficiently. And I'll start right away with my print house. Go to Kinko's and try to get your receipt printed, because your printer at home doesn't work and you and your husband are too cheap to buy another one. it's like $2 for a piece of paper. So well done. And I could tell by the crowd that was here today, which is everything for me, they didn't feel duped and they didn't feel like anybody held a thumb on the balance here. And that's staff's job, because you get us involved in stuff, you know, we're a wild bunch. So I thank you for taking on that very important role with a lot of tax dollars and coming up with such game changers for this entire county at a time when we've never had the money to help them like this. So I thank you, and I'm so glad, Ms. Enfeld, you've stuck it out with us, because we would be hurting getting all this money and not having a good grants person here who knows, and she knows everybody. I've had her, poor Gabrielle, she shouldn't have done it. I've had her call things on our CDBG grants and stuff, and she's like, we don't really need it. No, Commissioner, you don't even need to come down. I'm coming down, I'm gonna, because we already had won it. But Gabrielle has done, as the 6th commissioner, a lot of work in this community to make sure that those people who are most vulnerable had a chance. So I thank you so deeply from my heart, and I'm proud. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I have to thank my team, because I have a great team. And I thank Carissa for all the hard work she did on these nonprofits, because it was a lot of work. Thank you so much.
And so in my defense, Commissioner, what I was referring to is with the nonprofits and the level of volunteerism, and I'll give you a perfect example. We could not do what Keep Truckee Meadows Beautiful does without the volunteers that they do as government. And so that's what I was referring to, is just the volunteers that come out in the community where we can, again, it's like a force multiplier for us. So that was my reference, just for the record. But you guys, and I want to also say one other thing, because I think that this is really important. Ms. Bradley, I believe you're a graduate of which university?
My undergraduate degree is from the University of Nevada, Reno, and I'm currently pursuing my master's at the University of Southern California.
Are you commuting?
Boo.
Are you commuting? Are you commuting to Southern California?
Not quite. They have a campus in Sacramento that I go to a couple times a month to pursue my master's of public administration.
Maybe reevaluating her job status after that disclosure.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, let me just say this. I had the opportunity to take the Burning Man tour with Carissa earlier this year. She's going to end up doing what I do one of these days.
Would not surprise me.
Yeah.
She's a very talented young woman, and we're really blessed to have you.
Yes, I'm blessed to be here.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Commissioners, anyone else? Okay. Commissioner Lucy, anything?
No, thank you, sir.
Okay. All right. All right, so we have both items 11 and 12 open simultaneously. Let me see if we have any additional public comment at this time. Madam Clerk, do we have anyone wishing to speak?
We do not.
Okay, I will close items 11 and 12 for public comment. I will bring it back to the board. I'm looking for a motion. Mr. Edwards, do you want us to take a motion on each one separately, or can we take a motion?
You can combine them.
What?
You can combine them.
Okay, perfect. Okay. Looking for a motion.
I move to approve items 11 and 12 as written in the staff report.
Second? Okay. So I have a motion by Vice Chair Hill, second by Commissioner Herman. Because our voting machine is not going to work, I'm going to make sure that I know where everyone is voting on all of the stuff coming up, and this is a good start. We have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries unanimously with Commissioner Lucy being remote. Okay, that takes us, Mr. Manager, to item number 13.
Item 13 is a recommendation for discussion and possible action in regards to the appointment and/or reappointment of commissioners to boards and commissions, alteration of terms of service on boards and commissions where legally permissible, and such other action as the Board of Commissioners may desire to take in regards to those administrative matters. Boards and commissions for which possible changes to appointments could be made under this item include all the boards and commissions listed at the end of this agenda as the various boards and commissions that commissioners may be members of or liaisons to.
Okay. All right, so what we have is, I know we did this during a workshop where we were meeting down at Truckee Meadows Fire and Rescue, and I offloaded a couple of my boards. I gave Commissioner Hill both NACO and EDON. So Commissioner Jung, what is your desire at this point?
Mr. Chairman, I am happy to offload. I don't have very money, and if you guys want to know the history of that, I'm happy to tell you in January. But I am happy to offload senior services and parks and open space to Commissioner Hill. Said she would be willing to take it, at least in the interim, until you get your new gang of cray-cray. And I mean that in the nicest way. I'm cray-cray. So is there anything else I don't think I have anything else. They're just alternates. Oh, animal services too. Look at you, smarty. Commissioner Hill, would you like to go to animal services too? Which is actually a great board with a lot of money. So I'm happy to offload to whoever wants seniors, parks, and I'm not offering you, Commissioner Herman, because you've done both of those already. I always think the new people need to go into seniors and parks. Because you, Alexis, because and Commissioner Herman served there, I've served there, Hartung served there. I think it makes the most sense to give it to the vice chairwoman, who loves to go to meetings. Is that okay? I mean, that's my proposal.
Okay, she is a meeting monster. There's no question of that. Yeah, she's had a difficult time saying no. The only, Commissioner Hill, I'll open it up to you, and then I'll chime in.
My understanding is that this also was placed on the agenda because Commissioner Lucy was also looking to offload some of his boards, Mr. Chairman. Is that the case?
Okay. And again, this is just kind of a redo of when we were having that initial meeting where we had people out of town. So the main ones that I see for Commissioner Lucy are District Board of Health, our RTC, and our SCVA. That's correct. So I have no desire personally to be on District Board of Health. I totally agree. I'm already on RTC, so that's, you know, once we have a new member, then we can also go through the process of putting the right person in. I'm sort of the interim vice chair. So because I won't be here because it's a 2-year term on RTC, so I won't be here to serve as the chairman. So that'll have to be for the next RTC member. And then the only thing that I have interest in would be the Reno Sparks Visitors Convention and Visitors Authority, which, as most of you know, I was the sales and marketing director for a company here in town for Barker Business Systems. I was the sales and marketing director locally for a pest management company. And then, of course, I did all kinds of that stuff when I worked for myself. You did not know that, did you? Okay, Commissioner Herman, I have you signed in.
Thank you very much. What, are we just waiting until January then for most of it, or most of the rest?
That's probably what we're gonna do, but I mean, we've got some boards now that we need representation on, and so that's the you know, that's the reason why
That
we're
makes
dealing
sense.
with this. Okay. Do you have any desires, Commissioner Herman?
Well, I would have liked to have been put on NACO, but like I say, if I don't
Okay.
win my
Well,
election, we
Bob's
won't
coming
know.
off of NACO in January, so there'll be an open seat. I have no desire to serve on NACO
Okay.
any longer, so that's if the If the situation is there, then,
And the other thing was SLUPAC. I've already sent in all the paperwork to.
okay,
for
that's
the-
appointed by the governor.
And it is, so.
Right.
We need to just then determine whether, the board would have to approve that and give that information to the governor's office.
Okay, I don't recall that SLUPAC we had to
You-
give an
yeah, they need
information
a-
to, do we?
They do need that.
The state land use planning agency?
Yes, we didn't have to do it last year because it didn't end until 2020.
Okay, perfect. Yep,
I'm sorry.
that's fine.
Right,
SLUPAC is appointed by the governor until 2025.
I have a full dance card. Now, what we will also have to do is Western Regional Water Commission, Commissioner Lucy, he serves as the liaison for STIMGID, which is appointed through TUMWA. So
That is
we'll have to reach out to TUMWA and make sure that they, that the new executive director, John Zimmerman, is aware, and then they'll go through the appointment process.
Correct. I will go ahead and send off letters to any appointments or removals that
Okay.
take place at this meeting, so they'll be aware through that process.
Okay? All right. So did you keep track of what we're doing?
Yes, I did. Do you want me to go through the list?
If
Just to
you'd
make
like,
sure?
that'd be great.
Okay. Perfect. So first off, I have Animal Services Advisory Board. That is moving from Commissioner Jung as the primary over to Hill in the interim. I have District Board of Health, Commissioner Hill as the primary in lieu of Commissioner Lucy's offboarding of that. We have EDON, which has already been switched. Reno Sparks Convention and Visitors Authority, Hartung as the primary.
And by the way, they have no alternate through their own bylaws.
Correct. We have the Washoe County Open Space and Regional Parks Commission, moving from Commissioner Jung as the liaison over to Commissioner Hill, District 1, as well as the Senior Services Advisory Board, from Commissioner Jung as the primary over to Commissioner Hill. And those are the changes that I have.
Okay? Oh, RTC.
RTC, I believe for RTC we had Lucy listed as an
No.
alternate?
No, Bob,
can't find
Bob
it on
was
here.
the
Hold on.
main. So Bob's seat will now go to, Alexis has,
Okay.
in fact, she went as the,
As the primary.
right. I think, are you an alternate already on RTC? Right, so you just move up.
And we had changed that previously so that all remaining commissioners were alternates if they weren't primaries.
Okay, perfect.
Okay,
Okay, so you got it?
perfect.
Okay, do we need a motion, Mr. Edwards?
Yes, you do.
Okay, looking for a motion?
I move that we switch the board appointments as outlined by staff Alexandra Wilson.
Okay,
Second.
we have a motion by Commissioner Jung, second by Commissioner Lucy. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment on this item?
No, we do not.
All right, we'll close public comment. We'll bring it back to the board. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you so much, staff. Thank you, commissioners. Okay, Mr. Manager, if I've done my math correctly, I think we are on item number 15.
Correct, which is a public hearing, Mr. Chair.
Okay?
So item 15, public hearing, is the master plan amendment case number WMPA 21-0004 and regulatory zone amendment case number WRZA 21-0003 for Larson Family Trust. Recommendation to adopt an amendment to the North Valleys Area Plan, a component of the Washoe County Master Plan, to redesignate the master plan designation from suburban residential to commercial, or one parcel, APN 552-190-01, totaling plus or minus 2.76 acres. And secondly, subject to final approval of the associated master plan amendment and the finding of conformance with the Truckee Meadows Regional Plan by regional planning authorities to adopt an amendment to the North Valley's regulatory zone map to change the regulatory zone from medium density suburban to neighborhood commercial office on one parcel, APN 552-190-01, totaling plus or minus 2.76 acres. If approved, authorize the chair to sign the resolution to that effect.
Thank you very much, Mr. Manager. Does the board wish to have a staff presentation on this item? Yes.
I just wanted to make one comment about this I would vote to approve it. I just wanted to make the comment that nobody was able to come to the meeting because it was at 5:30. Most of the meetings in the North Valleys are 6 or later. And so that's just my push now for getting those things back on the cabs, because the cabs always meet at a certain time, and that, like, this one should have been attended to because they have a meeting every month. But I'll approve it except for that one thing, just that comment. So just wanted to get that out.
I appreciate that, and I think that we're all kind of looking, how can we improve this process to make sure that people feel included? So
Yeah,
thank you.
because they get left out.
Absolutely. Thank you for your feedback on that. Is that in the form of a motion? Are you looking to make that? Okay. So we have a motion by Commissioner Herman, a second by Commissioner Jung. Any public comment?
We do not have any.
Okay. All those in favor, please state aye. Aye. Any opposed, please state nay. Hearing none, that motion carries unanimous.
That was fast. Sorry. Thank you so much, Vice Chair. Okay. Item 16.
Item 16 is a public hearing appeal of the Community Services Department Director's rejection of the submittal entitled Merger and Re-Subdivision TM of St. James Village, May 22nd, which was intended to constitute the first final map submittal for Sierra Reflections, which is tentative map case number TM06-001. Submittal was rejected due to the timing of submittal and substantive issues. The appellant is World Properties, Inc. The project is a 938-lot, single-family residential subdivision. The project site is located in Pleasant Valley area and is bordered on the north by Pagney Lane, on the east by U.S. Highway 395 South, and to the south is Little Washoe Lake. The project encompasses 29 parcels that total approximately 759.6 acres. Those are APNs 046-060-45 and 55, 046-080-40, 046-090-01, 04 through 18, and 23 through 26, and 046-100-02 through 04, 07, and 10. Appeals of CSD directors' decisions involving final maps are authorized in section 110.610.50 of the Washoe section F of the Washoe County Code. The Board of County Commissioners may affirm, reverse, or modify the decision of the CSD director.
Okay. So, Commissioners, this is an appeal. I'm going to open the hearing. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to give each side, I'm going to give staff and the appellant 15 minutes. And so we can, and then once staff is done, we can move straight into the appellant. Commissioners, if we have questions along the way, what I'm going to do is I'll stop the clock. If we do have questions, what I'd like to do is hopefully get through it, but I know that there's a lot of information and material to absorb on both sides. So Madam Clerk, you have the clock set for 15 minutes. I see that. Ms. Mullen, do you have a problem with the microphone? And I'm not, you have the problem. Is there an issue with it? Did I
No,
need
no,
to
it's
have
fine.
tech come down? Okay, all right. I just want to make sure I didn't need to have tech come down and look at the mic. Go ahead and start the clock. The floor is yours, Ms. Mullen.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, members of the board. I'm Kelly Mullen, Planning and Building Division Director, here with Dwayne Smith to present information regarding the appeal of the CSD Director's rejection of the final map submission for Sierra Reflections. The items that we'll talk about today during the presentation are up on the screen. I do want to provide the caveat that the staff report and the slides are pretty detailed. We're not going to cover everything in detail, but that information is there for reference if there's anything that you would like to go back to later. So just starting with a little bit of context and background on the project, if you'll recollect, back in 2006, the Sierra Reflections subdivision map was approved for 938 residential lots or 938 residential units. And you may be aware that the final map is the final step in after a tentative subdivision map has been approved. That final map actually allows for the lots to be created and sold to homeowners. State law does require that that first final map be recorded within 4 years of the tentative map's approval, subsequent maps needing to be recorded within 2 years after that, unless the governing body enters into a development agreement to extend the expiration date. So Sierra Reflections has taken advantage of that. In the past 16 years, they have received 7 extensions of time on that map, and that was facilitated through 4 separate development agreements. They did request an additional extension of time back in April of this year, coming to this board where the board voted to not authorize that additional extension of time. Some of the comments that we received from individual board members during that hearing were concerns related to changes that had occurred in the community or in adopted policies and standards since that original approval back in 2006. And the applicant did submit the following month a final map packet to Washoe County. That was submitted approximately 3 weeks prior to the map expiration. That submittal was rejected for 3 primary reasons, being timing, the form not including, or I should say the map not including the required minimum of 5 residential lots, and then also not including the information, sufficient information to ensure that the standards of the code and conditions of approval for the tentative map had been met. The applicant appealed that decision in June, and then the map was scheduled to expire June 14th. So getting into the timing piece, the development agreement had required that 5 lots be recorded prior to the agreement expiration on June 14th. Code also requires that any final map, that a preliminary submittal be provided to the engineering division a minimum of 60 days prior to the recordation deadline. I want to talk a little bit about why that is important. That 60 days at a minimum is important because it allows for the reviewing agencies to take a look at the submittal, the maps and documents, make sure that everything meets the code standards, meets the conditions of approval. If there are any deficiencies, it also allows opportunity for those deficiencies to be corrected. That is something that is a standard in terms of requiring that preliminary submittal before submitting the rest of the final map. So that is the timing piece, and again, that final map was submitted May 25th of this year, only 20 days prior to the deadline for recordation, and again, a minimum of 60 days is required. So getting into some of the substantive issues for why that map was rejected. Again, the development agreement required a minimum of 5 of those 938 residential approved lots to be recorded prior to expiration. That was to keep the map alive. However, the submittal included common areas, utility parcels, roadway parcels, but none of the required residential lots that were approved as part of that subdivision. Again, why this is important. The common area, the utility areas, the road parcels, Those are provided in support of that 938 residential lot subdivision. The county does not count those areas against the 938 lot limit. I want to be clear that if the final map were to be accepted without those residential lots, that could potentially create a new precedent in Washoe County, allowing for indefinite extensions of time for subdivisions that are solely recording those periphery parcels as opposed to the actual lots that are approved as part of the subdivision process. So for our next set of slides, Dwayne Smith is going to be presenting.
Good afternoon, Board. For the record, Dwayne Smith, Director of Engineering and Capital Projects. As Ms. Mullen has identified the first 2 points from the letter of the application and rejection as time and number of lots, I wanted to touch a little bit on the third leg of that, and those are the technical elements associated with a final map submittal. A standard submittal follows the requirements of the development agreement. It follows the requirements of the tentative map approval process and those conditions and entitlements. It provides for the ability to review during the review process to make sure that those elements are conformed and captured in that first final map. This is a critical step, and it allows for the developer to move immediately into construction, development, grading, all of those elements that we expect to see on site with a residential development. It also allows for the other stakeholders to review that final map submittal to make sure it conforms to their requirements as well. For instance, water purveyors, other utility companies, NDOT, roadways, et cetera, those pieces. The non-conforming submittal that we received didn't include those technical elements. That makes it difficult for staff, both Washoe County staff and other organizations, to review to make sure that those conform to the requirements. The non-conforming submittal focused solely on land parcels. The one element in our initial review that we did focus on was that the non-conforming submittal approach did not include a requirement for environmental work. In 2020, there was a development agreement that was approved by the board, and it updated conditions for that tentative map. Included in that was a requirement for an environmental site assessment, an ASTM E1527 ESA Phase 1. For us to consider lots, parcels for either dedication or for offer of dedication, that is a very necessary requirement to make sure that that environmental work has been done before Washoe County can take those parcels and assume those obligations. So again, just why is this important? And again, the recorded final map is the required or the next step to allow for that development to occur. With that, grading can begin, roadway construction can begin, homes and developments can begin. I did briefly just want to touch base. I know there's been some discussion on sanitary sewer issues. I won't go through each bullet specifically, but I just wanted to give you a couple of assurances. First of all, Washoe County has been at the table every time there's been a question, been an idea or a concept that has been forwarded to us to review as part of a sewer solution for the Sewer Reflections development. Washoe County entered into an agreement in 2016 with the World Properties, the overall owner, and in that agreement it obligated Sewer Reflections developer to build Reach 4, the Pleasant Valley Interceptor, and it also identified Washoe County's obligations to build Reach 3. So we each have specific requirements for an ultimate sewer solution. Our solution is for not just for that project, but for other developments. Theirs is a project-specific solution. You know, in early September of this year, we received 30% plans for the sewer Pleasant Valley Interceptor Reach 4 solution. I just want to again affirm that we've consistently supported the developer, their actions looking at alternatives for sewer solutions, including attending meetings with NDEP, meeting on site with their developer representatives and with their engineers. We have not once issued any type of written letter or requirement to stop that process. Thank you.
Thank you, Dwayne. I just want to follow up now to talk a little bit about a letter that you would have received a few weeks ago. It was a proposal from the appellant to resolve this appeal and that pending litigation for judicial review. I'm not going to go through all of the details at length, but just to summarize, that request essentially was asking for an additional 120 days to be able to resubmit the information that needs to be submitted for the final map. The appellant did propose that with that 120-day or in that 120-day timeline, that they would include those required 5 residential lots or minimum of 5. They committed to not requesting additional extensions except under certain circumstances. They proposed 2 additional conditions as part of that letter as well, and then indicated that the pending judicial petition would be withdrawn if the appeal was granted today. So that letter is something that staff and the district attorney team did discuss. The assessment of that letter is essentially that it is an alternative form for a request for a time extension, and that the items that were proposed in that letter were already requirements either of code or the conditions of approval for that subdivision map. And we do want to note also that the additional proposed conditions are items, again, that memorialize what was already agreed upon for work for this project or required. We are not, the agenda is not styled today for adding conditions to the map, but we did just want to bring that up. So in summary, again, the tentative map for Sierra Reflections was approved back in 2006, has been extended 7 times in the last 16 years. In April, this board chose to not further extend the life of this map. In May, the applicant did submit to the county a final map packet that was rejected for 3 key reasons related to timing, essentially being after the required deadlines, and also containing substantive issues related to not including residential lots and not including the sufficient information to be able to determine whether the conditions of approval and code requirements had been met. That October 5th proposal from the appellant, again, is essentially just a request for another extension of time. So with that, there are a couple of potential motions provided for you on the screen, and we are available to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Okay, well done. Commissioners, any questions for staff at this time? Okay, I have one short question. Just, it was on slide 3, the timing. Said 2006. I seem to remember this as much earlier than 2006. I thought it started in the 1990s and the original request was closer to 2002.
So the tentative map that we are talking about today for Sierra Reflections was approved in 2006. There had been conversations at the county with the city of Reno for alternative types of development. I don't know what had been approved or not previous to that, but at least in terms for this final map submittal, that was approved by the Planning Commission back in 2006.
Okay, all right, very good. Staff, commissioners? Commissioner Lucy, any questions for staff?
No, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Gordon? You'll also be given 15 minutes. If one of the commissioners has a question, we will stop the clock and allow you to answer that question and then resume the clock.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Floor is yours.
This presentation. Perfect. Good afternoon. For the record, Garrett Gordon, today representing World Properties, Inc. And today is a simple question to this board. Should staff accept our final map application? That's it. Not talking about the project, not talking about really the history of the project, but should staff accept, from a legal perspective, the final map today so we can work with them on the project moving forward? My presentation is split up in 2 parts. The first one is the legal analysis of why we believe, from a legal perspective, the map should have been accepted. But more importantly, the second half of my presentation is what I would call the compromise, call the win-win. Find a way to hit all those points that I just heard from Kelly's presentation, as well as move this project forward in a timely manner. So a little background, 760 acres of undeveloped land. Interesting enough, Mr. Chairman, you mentioned the history. This was previously zoned for a resort hotel casino, but to avoid a possible annexation, the property was actually downzoned to residential in the late 1980s. This map was approved in 2006. You can see the landscape plan on the right. Certainly a considerable amount of open space, multi-use trails connecting to Steamboat, Galena Canyon, Pleasant Valley. Really important trail, the historic Virginia Truckee multi-use trail also is a connection through this property and will be improved. In addition to the 791 single-family homes, 147 townhomes. Certainly that kind of product is much needed right now with the housing situation. The project will consist of multiple stages of development, which includes multiple stages of infrastructure. The last bullet point is another very important point, this Reach 3. So Reach 3, Reach 4, sewer lines. The county's responsible for Reach 3. My client's responsible for Reach 4. You can't build Reach 4 without Reach 3. So the extensions were all warranted in order to wait for Reach 3 to get built so we can build Reach 4. And I absolutely, on the record, agree with Mr. Smith. The county has been at the table with us. They've worked with us. Sounds like they're at 30% design right now. That's fantastic. We're absolutely ready to move forward on Reach 4 when the county finishes Reach 3. The property was originally downzoned, as I mentioned. So this slide is important for 2 points. On the left-hand side is the staff report from 2 years ago when this body approved an extension. And it says, the agreement extends the deadline for, and this is the important word, filing the next final map. I submit to you, Ms. Mullen used that word recording very loosely. You'll hear today in my presentation, state law doesn't require recording by that deadline. Our development agreement doesn't require recording by that deadline. The staff report, when you extended the deadline, says filing. In my experience, doing this for 16 years, filing means file the application with staff, work with them for a period of time to record the final map. We've met the deadline. The background was mentioned on the right-hand side, and you can see this was entitled for a hotel, casino. This property owner voluntarily downzoned his property to a less intensive residential use that the city would agree to roll back the sphere of influence from that area. This has always been slated residential. You have a beautiful project before you. We're asking you for staff just to accept the map, and we'll be happy to work with them on any quote-unquote deficiencies, any additional requirements. We've reached out to staff numerous times, and they've kind of said, let's just wait until we hear from the board with their direction, but we're happy to meet with staff and move this project forward. The sanitary sewer interceptor, again, for the record, on the left-hand side, county exhibit, Reach 3, going from the corner really of where Mount Rose Highway hits Virginia Street. The county is responsible for bringing that down to Rhodes Road. On the right-hand side is our responsibility, bringing the Reach 4 from Rhodes Road down to the project. I would argue to you that these extensions were warranted because we can't build Reach 4 without Reach 3. That's great, it's 30%. We'll continue working with the county in order to move this forward. But I'm going to tell you today, if that doesn't get done, we're not going to ask for any more extensions. We are asking for no more extensions on the record today if you approve this, for this final map to be accepted by staff. Public outreach, community support. We heard earlier, Commissioner Herman said, obviously getting the input from the CABs are very, very important. This extension went to the CAB last year to extend, again, look how it's agendized, extending the deadline for filing the map. Not recording, but filing. What did the CAB say? In my experience, it's pretty rare. They unanimously approved extending the deadline to file by June 14th, 2022. Unanimously. And I would submit to you, this room is not full of people today objecting to what we're asking for because we've done our due diligence with public outreach and the project's already approved and we're just asking staff to accept the map and we'll be happy to work with them on any concerns or additional requirements that they may have. So the development agreement. To ensure necessary and required infrastructure was in place, a development agreement was created. So we had a tentative map and a development agreement that were bundled together. Of course, a couple months ago, the applicant came before you to request an extension to that development agreement from 2022 to 2024. And this body said no. Well, we don't need an extension. If you look at the development agreement, the final deadline to, and these words are so important, submit or file, the first final map with the county was June 14th, 2022. We submitted, we filed by that date. Here's a timeline. I want to make sure you understand the client didn't sit around and wait till the week of May to submit a half-empty, as you heard, a deficiency-ridden application. Back in December 2021, 6 months ago, we started meeting with community development on our final map. Staff talks about the sewer line reaches are nearing start of construction. We work with staff to design our final maps compliant with Health District. We work with them through winter, through spring. Come February, we present a final conceptual map to staff. So we presented something to staff in February, an initial map of 1 acre lots that could essentially operate with septic until connections to the public sewer are available. There's no sewer today. Staff indicates septic could not be permitted without separate parcel map process, as well as staff indicates that they're underway with Reach 3. So kind of hold tight, don't try to move forward with septic, let's get these reaches done. So in spring, we revise our final map based on staff comments, and then think we'll come to this body and get an extension. Now, there's no guarantees, but this body, I absolutely agree. However, staff recommended approval of the extension because we're all working together. Of course, this body denied the extension in May. So what did we do? We scrambled to put together our final map application, submit and filed it by that date. Staff rejected it. We're asking this body today just to simply ask staff to accept our application. We'll be happy to work with them on any comments or suggestions or perceived deficiencies. The rejection of the final map was improper. So this is the letter we got on the right-hand side when we submitted it. There was 3 issues. You didn't meet the date. 2, you don't have 5 residential lots. And 3, there's deficiencies. I've learned more today about the deficiencies that are in our application than I have since I've been involved. We have never been told, I read the staff report, there's a request for a phase 1. The phase 1, I read it, says before you record the map, you do a phase 1. I'm happy to work with staff and get that done earlier in the process if they want. The staff report mentions a handful of engineering conditions. We read through them when we got the staff report, said we can comply with all these. I think Kelly says, if I quote her, it's typical that when there's deficiencies, we give the developer time to correct them. That's why that 60-day. We're happy to correct them. But we get a letter that says there's deficiencies, but we don't know what those are, and now that we know, we're happy to do it. So we strongly believe that in order to meet that requirement, we submitted the map on time, that parcel maps as far as residential lots, nowhere in code does it say the word residential next to lot. I'm skipping ahead here, but I want to hit this. Residential, the word lot in code has 3 requirements: intent to transfer ownership, abuts permanent access, APN assigned. Check, check, check. It doesn't say residential lot. It doesn't say commercial lot. It doesn't say retail lot. It doesn't say anything. It just says create a lot. We created 9 lots. But I'm here today to say we'll back off that position and create 5 residential lots. We submitted a proposal to staff a few weeks ago, or last week. They said we're not going to review it until we hear what this board wants us to do. But from a legal perspective, I've done the word search for residential, and it's nowhere in the development agreement, and it's nowhere in code. A lot is intent to transfer, abuts permanent access, APN assigned. That's it. So back to the date. State law uses the word present. Staff, I think, used that word loosely, recording. It does not say record. And quote a little law here, but the plain meaning is given in a statute. We presented our final map per state law prior to that date. The ordinance that this body approved to extend says file the map by 2022. The development agreement says file the map. It says submit the map. What went to the cab, that the cab approved, said, submit the map. We submitted the map by that date, happy to work with staff on any comments that they may have. Also, our development agreement refers to state law. You have to comply with state law. What does state law say? Present. Now, in the abundance of transparency, the development agreement uses the word record one time, but also says present, submit, file. What does that mean in the world of legal contracts? It means it's ambiguous. And what happens if there's a contract that's ambiguous? Well, state law says an interpretation that results in a fair and reasonable contract is preferable. That's what the Nevada Supreme Court said, not a harsh and unreasonable situation. I would argue to you, by asking staff to accept our map, we'll work with them, we'll address any issues they have. There's definitely the words present in state law, submit. It'd be very reasonable and fair result for staff to accept it. We work with them. If you say no, our project is dead. The value of the property has lost 950 lots. No sewer, no reach for sewer anymore. I can go on, and I think that would be a very harsh and unreasonable contract interpretation that cut us off the legs today and kill the project when we're standing up here ready, willing, and able to find compromise with staff. So what's our compromise? Here's the letter we submitted. And again, we submitted it looking for feedback before today. I just heard about it on the record from staff. I don't believe it's an additional extension. Number one, the compromise would be dismiss our petition for judicial review. No more litigation, it's dismissed. Two, the 120 days. We met with staff a couple weeks ago. It was a concern of if the board says accept the map, it requires staff to review it and to work with us and record it in 60 days. They said they're overworked, overburdened, have a lot on their plate. So we said, let's double the time you can review it. We'll waive time. We'll give you 9 months to review it. We'll give you 6 months. It was like turned around today that somehow we're trying to get a backdoor extension. We'll stick with code 60 days. We were trying to help staff with their workload. So we're happy in 60 days to hit every single deficiency they have and record it. But if the board or staff want more time, we're happy to give it. You see up here, submit all plans, all documentation, everything that staff wants, 100% willing to do it. 2 additional conditions. One, we're going to extend sanitary sewer to St. James Village. Not a current condition, but something that would modernize this application. 2, construct a reclaimed water line. Again, not a current condition, but would modernize this application. And 3, we're not going to ask for any more extensions. And 4, the first final map will include no less than 5 residential lots. We will concede that point to staff, find compromise with staff, do the lots that they want, even though it's not a legal requirement. We did a fiscal analysis. I have a minute left, so I'm going to talk quick. Fiscal analysis to make sure current money, current dollars, does this project pencil? Over 20 years, this project will create $18 million general fund. In addition, $1.8 million will be generated for the Truckee Meadows Fire Protection District. But I heard at this last extension hearing, we need to modernize this application. What would be conditioned if we came to you today for this final map? Well, if Silver Hills has anything to say with it, this body said, fire station, we want you to participate. $500 a home in order to help out funding that new fire station. So we're stepping up to the plate today, put $500 per unit, additional $500,000 for the new fire station in addition to the 1.8 in order to modernize this application and find the win-win.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Gordon. Right on the money. Commissioners, questions for staff? You want to start? Okay, go ahead.
This is for staff. So I would like to understand the ambiguity that was presented by the appellant on present versus filing versus recording. If I could have some light shed on that. And then if you could also shed some light on the times that are required in state law, the 60 days, what is that for? And what's the intent of those timelines and required dates? And then for a final map, what typically happens when an applicant comes in with those? So just 3 questions there.
Absolutely. Thank you for the question, Kelly Mullen. For the record, and I'm wondering if we can get the overhead up on the screen. Is it possible to zoom in on that? All right. So just to address some of the comments related to the terminology and the steps when it comes to submitting for a final map. So Article 610 of the Development Code lays out what that process looks like, what the requirements are for submitting, the timelines associated with many of those pieces. And one of the first things, I'll get into what's on the screen right now, but one of the things I want to mention first is that the terms below the line there for file, present, and record, I just want to be clear that those 3 actions, that theoretically those could potentially all happen on the same day or in a very short time frame. So I'm going to go through the details of what you'll see there. Article 610, it talks about a preliminary submittal, and it indicates that not less than 60 days prior to the filing of a final map with the Department of Community Development, that the subdivider shall submit to the county engineer, and it goes into talking about what needs to be submitted. It's, 3 prints of this, the improvement drawings, the specifications, financial assurances, that kind of a thing. That preliminary submittal is a very important step of the process. And what we talked about with that 60 days being needed for all of the reviewing agencies to take a look at all of those. It's not just, the final map in terms of what you would see recorded on a piece of paper that creates those lots, but it's also all of the backup documentation. It's all of the studies and financial assurances, the improvement drawings to show that what is being proposed is going to meet the standards of the development code and meet the conditions of approval. So with that preliminary submittal, it's often submitted, could be in paper, could be potentially digital. We've been trying to move in that direction, but generally you'll see, big rolls of plans that are actually provided to the county, and the different reviewing agencies will take those and do a review against the conditions, against the code requirements, and then hold what's called a red line meeting to talk through potential deficiencies, to allow for the applicant to correct any deficiencies. It's often kind of a back and forth process until everything is ready, until they're ready to create the final map that would be on what we often call a Mylar. And on that Mylar, that's where you actually see the documents that would be recorded down in the recorder's office, that tract map that creates the lots. And that has all of the signatures. That is the corrected version after all of the red lines have been taken care of. It has all of the signatures from each of the reviewing agencies. It has signatures related to water and health and engineering, the surveyors. All of that is taken care of. The last signature is the signature from what's referred to as the Director of Community Development in the code, but that is the Director of Planning and Building. After everyone else has signed, that signature occurs. Now, what you will see also in Article 610 is that, it says that preliminary submittal needs to occur 60 days prior to the filing of a final map with the Department of Community Development. So that filing is meaning providing that final corrected form to the Department of Community Development. You'll see that up on the screen for number 2. So what they're providing is that original tracing of the map, any duplicates corrected to its final form and signed. Further, on that same section in Article 10, it then goes on to indicate that the date of signing of the final map by the Director of Community Development shall constitute the date of presentation of the final map for the purposes of state law. And then recordation, of course, is when you're actually recording that final map in the recorder's office, needs to occur prior to the map expiration. So those terms for us do have specific meaning. It is something that is sequential in order. And when we talk about that, and in the development agreement where it talks about extending the filing, and again, filing can theoretically occur on the same day or in a very short time period, close to actual recordation of the map. So that is in many ways considered synonymous or very close in terms of date. And I hope that answers your questions. I'm not sure if I got them all.
You did. I'm impressed that you had a little flyer up there. So thank you for that.
Sure.
On, Mr. Chairman, may I ask a few more?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. Did we confuse the language when we wrote some of these staff reports on being clear with the applicant on what they need to submit to the county?
So in terms of the filing, in the development agreement, it talks about the filing of the date of the map itself. And again, those are close to being synonymous in terms of time frame. I totally understand that if you're not necessarily looking at Article 610 and in terms of the meanings of those words, that someone may interpret them differently. But in terms of how that is intended in the development agreement and what that means for us, that filing is, like I said, it could essentially be same time frame. The important piece, I think, is with that preliminary submittal, which is what we received about 3 weeks prior to that we can say the filing date. 3 weeks prior, that didn't meet, the requirement for it needs to be submitted 60 days prior. So all of the folks who do that review are able to make sure that it meets code standards. And I'm just looking over to our district attorney's office because I believe that Deputy District Attorney Gustafson has some additional items she'd like to address.
Welcome,
I
Ms.
just
Gustafson.
wanted to very briefly for the board.
Identify yourself, please, ma'am.
Jennifer Gustafson for the record.
From the DA's office.
From the district attorney's office,
Thank you.
yes. When we're looking at the timeline, we look at the contents of the development agreement itself. So that is it's a contract between the county and the developer. So the contents of the development agreement is what controls when you're looking at the deadline. When you're looking at the word present up there, present is a word that's used in NRS 278.360. And that says, unless you have a development agreement, the normal timeline for a developer to submit their first final map would be within 4 years of the tentative map approval. But if the parties decide to extend the deadline, then they enter into a development agreement. And at that point, it's the contents of the development agreement that control the deadline. And in this particular development agreement, it's section 2.1.9, and I believe that that's included in your staff report. That's the section of the development agreement that controls the timing here. And that reads, the next final map to be a minimum of 5 lots shall be recorded on or before the date of expiration of this agreement. So that just hopefully answers your question about what you're looking at for the timelines, what it says. And
Thank you.
Okay. Commissioners, anyone else before I jump in here?
Chairman,
Yeah, Mr. Lucy.
I'm going to need staff to come to the podium. Mr. Smith or Ms. Mullen, please.
Either one, Mr. Smith or Mr. Mullen. Miss Mullen, I beg your pardon.
Ms. Mullen, can you answer me a question? Since the initial tentative map from 2004, I believe, to today, how many extensions have been granted for this project?
Commissioner, thank you for the question. So there have been a total of 7 extensions since the approval in 2006, and those were part of a total of 4 development agreements with this board.
Okay. And the purpose of those extensions at the time, was there reasons granted or a purpose for those extensions that were offered to us by the project owner?
I am Commissioner, I'm looking over at Planning Manager Trevor Lloyd to see if he has additional information on the reasons that may have been given historically for those extensions. Do you have additional?
Okay. Well, maybe you can answer me.
Take a look.
Okay, maybe answering me another question. From my understanding, when Mr. Smith stood up at the podium, he expressed to me that the sewer reach agreement between Washoe County and World Properties was, to my understanding, reached sometime in 2012 or after the initial tentative map was introduced. Is that correct?
Yeah, again, Chair, to the Commissioner, Dwayne Smith, that was an agreement for sewer infrastructure, Commissioner, that was approved in 2016 by this board. It laid out the specifics about the obligations and requirements, including things such as schedules to keep the county aware of what their pace of development was so that we could respond accordingly.
Okay, so the previous extensions prior to 2016, between 2004 and 2016, were different reasonings for those extensions, but now they seem to be the reason for the current ask of an extension. Is that correct?
That's what it appears, sir.
Okay.
And if you have some more specific questions on that, I'm happy to answer.
In regards to the sewer extension agreement, what was the pretense and what was the reasoning for that? I mean, other than for us to provide those reaches out so that infrastructure would be in place by the time they were initializing their development out there. But with Sewer Reach 3, which is well underway on our behalf, correct, from my understanding, that'll serve the toll road area, the Hidden Valley area, not Hidden Valley, I guess the northern parts of Pleasant Valley, and those reaches, correct, but those won't run down the roads. That'll just be the alignment that goes out, and if those areas so choose to hook up, they can, correct?
Yeah, let me add just a little bit of clarity to that, again, through the chair to the commissioner. Couple of comments I know Mr. Gordon had identified, and if I misspoke when I spoke earlier, it's not a 30% design for sewer that was submitted by Washoe County. That's a 30% design that was submitted by World Properties engineer to Washoe County for the Reach 4 portion, which they're obligated to design, construct, and offer up for dedication. Washoe County has completed the design for Reach 3. We've also gone through, developed all of the funding needs for that through state revolving fund loans. So we have our funding in place. We've also obtained our permits from NDEP for working within Nevada waters, NDOT for our crossings underneath the NDOT right-of-way. We've completed our NEPA, which also includes environmental assessments, SHPO compliance requirements, ethnographic studies with the tribes, et cetera. So those pieces are all in place. We are in the process of securing a final easement that will allow us to go out to bid. We expect to bid this Reach 3 portion, Washoe County's obligation, in January of 2023. So I just wanted to be clear on that.
No, thank you, sir. And thank you for the edification on that, Mr. Smith. Chairman, I have one comment. I believe that in the 2016 negotiations with Rural Properties for this, one of the extensions or negotiations points was the offer to do this sewer infrastructure and meet us halfway to bring this project to them. And now I feel like it's being used as a tool against us because we haven't completed our portion yet. They need more time. And I don't know if that's a fair, nor is that a just way of doing business. That was an offer by World Properties at the time for an extension, continuing trying to entice the county to move forward with this project. I don't have any further comments at this time, other than some disapproval of that argument being brought to this board, because I don't think that there is enough to Commissioner Jung has pointed out before, historical information being added here that's a problem. So I'll turn it back over to you. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Lucy. You have a comment, Mr. Gordon?
Thank you for the indulgence, Mr. Chairman. There was a couple comments about my statement. One is, to Commissioner Lucy's point, we are not asking for an extension today because of Reach 3 or 4. We're not asking for an extension at all. We're simply asking staff to accept the final map and commit to you on the record in writing, no more extensions will be requested. To Commissioner Hill's point, I thought that your legal counsel was absolutely correct, that we're not looking at Washoe County Code or definitions in Washoe County Code about present or file. We look at the development agreement. The development agreement says the word record once. It also uses the word present by that date and file by that date. There's no cross-reference to code for here's a definition. Your ordinances say we had to file by a date. The NAB approved unanimously to submit by that date. I think it's absolutely a fair interpretation and good faith by this applicant when they were denied an extension by this board to get an application in by that date. And if you tell us today you got to record it under Washoe County Code within 60 days, then we will do that. I would also offer that 60-day requirement is not in our development agreement. So, but we can put it in today. So no extension requests. Mr. Commissioner Lucy, not blaming any reaches for anything today. We're just saying, please submit it, and we're off and running, and now have to record final maps successively, or else this project is dead. But just asking you to ask staff to accept it, and we'll work with them in good faith on any concerns they have.
You've articulated that very clearly, Mr. Gordon. Okay. I have some questions, but let me make some comments first. So I'm going to take us back to 2008. This was prior to me being on the county commission, but I remember 2008 very well, where the economy turned down. And we couldn't beg, borrow, or steal a permit from anyone. I mean, it was just that slow. 2009, it was 2010 when I finally got elected in 12 and then put on the commission in 13. We did something in order to assist developers, which was we didn't require many things to be paid until either hookups occurred or C of O occurred. ERUs for sewer, we weren't requiring any payments for those ERUs until a hookup actually occurred. RTC, until a C of O occurred, we weren't requiring RIF payments. TUMWA, until a meter connect. So that all kinds of things were happening during that time frame in order to assist developers in trying to stay afloat, because many of them had huge inventories of houses and could not sell them. And so we were really just trying to sort of jumpstart everything. Let's fast forward. Mr. Gordon, you've asked for us to give you a list of deficiencies, and they'll address those deficiencies. Am I correct in that? Would you agree that that's designed by Redline? I mean, you guys know what the deficiencies are. Why do we have to have our staff go through the deficiencies? These are seasoned developers. These folks this isn't their first rodeo. Mr. Crater's been around for more years than I can remember.
For the record, Garrett Gordon, thank you for that question. As Ms. Mullen mentioned, in any tentative map application with 97 conditions, that there is back and forth to make sure we get it right in the county's mind. And if I see a list in the staff report, again, that was the first time I've seen the list of quote unquote deficiencies, we can hit all those, and we can hit all those in the next 60 days. No problem. If there's more, we'll do it as well. But with almost 100 conditions, there's always back and forth, Mr. Chairman. We're happy to sit down and work it out within the time frame that you would direct us to.
Okay. Hold on just a second. Ms. Mullen, will you come back up? Will you bring back up slide 3 for me, please? Okay. So June 14th, 2022, Sierra Reflections tentative map expiration. And that's what I wanted to see. And the reason I wanted to see that is that, Commissioners, I would draw your attention to, in our staff reports, a letter from Lemons, Grundy, and Eisenberg. And that letter is from an attorney, a different attorney, a different legal group, different counsel, Mr. Doug Brown. And in that letter, and it's attachment B, page 4, I'm gonna jump around, and he says, while the real estate market has finally improved to allow this important project to move forward with the recordation of final maps and construction of homes, this large complex project faces many issues that still need to be fully resolved that include all of this other stuff. And then he goes on to say on page 6, he says, the Loomis study was planned to be completed in July 2021, but due to the current amount of engineering work that need to be done in our area, staffing was not available to complete the study until November 2021. Well, that's not our fault. And the reason I bring the reason I bring this up, though, is because it's this scenario of Goldilocks. They can't, the developers could not get projects sold, they couldn't get houses sold, so they asked us for extensions. The market booms, and they ask us for extensions because they can't get staffing, they can't get people to do the work. So at what point does it all rectify itself? And that's the difficult part that I'm having with this. So many conditions have changed. From the time that this map, was put into play, which was 2006, we've seen numerous changes in the region. Changes in traffic patterns, changes in roads. I mean, there's so many things that have changed that really, when we extend, we run into problems where we end up having to really sort of retrofit for previous codes. So I'd also like to draw your attention back to that same page, which is from Mr. Doug Brown, and he says this. He says, the attached development agreement would provide for one more two-year extension of such time that the final map must be recorded on June 14th, 2024. So he understands the difference between filing and recorded. That's in the staff report. I'm having a hard time understanding the semantic differences between filing and recording in this particular case. So and again, it's that June 14th, 2024. It's that 2-year time frame. So I don't understand. This has been extension after extension after extension, and I just don't think it's Washoe County's fault, and so many conditions have changed. Mr. Gordon, I see that you would like to make a comment. I'm happy to entertain it.
For the record, Garrett Gordon, thank you for that comment. What we tried to do based on your last meeting when you denied the extension, and again, I don't consider today a request for an extension, just accepting the final map pursuant to the development agreement. We attempted to come up with some conditions that would do just what you're asking, is to modernize this application, which included, at our cost, bringing sewer up to St. James. At our cost, I know this issue has been important to you, bringing an affluent line out to the project at significant cost, as well as participating in the new fire station, which I think was important, and I think certainly critical to the fire service that's happening in Washoe Valley. So we did our best to address that comment you made at the extension hearing, to modernize this, to hit some conditions that make the project even better. To your point about Mr. Brown's letter, he is here today. You can ask him directly. But my understanding of that letter, as far as recording, was to remove the ambiguity once and for all. So there was no longer any concern or any questions about when that date would hit. Again, you look at our development agreement, I look at what case law says about interpreting contracts and not getting to a harsh result, but trying to do something that's fair. This board told this developer no more extensions.
They did everything they could to get that final map application submitted, filed by that date. We're just asking for you to direct staff to accept it, and we'll work with them, and we'll never be back before this body again in regards to an extension request going forward.
Okay.
Even though I know you like seeing me, Mr. Chairman, but I'll commit to you to not being on this one. I think it's fair. I mean, I would not sit up here if I did not think that this was a fair result with a win-win, with some additional conditions that both sides could live with.
Thank you, Mr. Gordon. Okay, commissioners, any other questions for staff or the appellant?
Chairman, can I?
Yep, Mr. Lucy, floor is
May
yours.
I ask Mr. Edwards a question from a legal standpoint? If we were to move forward and allow staff to work with the appellant on the final map to correct revisions within the time period set by this board and bring it back for a final approval, at that time, could additional conditions be placed in a development agreement or some form or fashion that maybe some of the issues brought forward today to modernize the project be addressed?
I do think you could impose some conditions on a decision today to reverse the denial of the final map. But I vary a little bit in what I mean by conditions. I don't think that it would be, I wouldn't recommend that you accept the proposed conditions that are being proffered up at the dais today. The additional improvements, the fire station, some of those things that were mentioned. I appreciate where they're coming from. I think that's, a good faith gesture from a member of the development community, but I do think that's beyond the scope of what you're doing here today. And so what I mean by conditions would be things like, if you were to say, reverse the decision to reject the tentative map, subject to reasonable requirements of planning staff within the next 120 days, something like that. It'd be a little bit open-ended because staff needs some latitude in terms of what they are going to require when this gets, if this were to get brought through that way. But I would advise against going down the road of adding additional benefits to the project and things like that. I mean, I appreciate the appeal of that, and I know it probably sounds appealing, but I do think it's beyond the scope.
Understood. But could it come back at a later time and date and have amendments made to the development agreement where conditions could be added?
Yes, in the future they could do that. If that would require a decision today to reverse the rejection of the final map, because otherwise all proceedings on the map are terminated. So in order for there to be anything viable to come back in the future, you would have to reverse the lower decision today. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. Thank you. Chairman.
Hold on a second, Mr. Lucy. Hold on just 1 minute. Commissioner Jung has asked to speak. Are you signed in, Commissioner?
Oh, just a little sidebar. I probably could have whispered it in your ear, but I think it's important to kind of get it on the record and make the record. And that is, and I don't think you meant to contradict yourself, but you did say something that we did the developers a favor. Circa 2007, that's when I showed up here. And that's when we started doing all these favors because we knew they had, number one, no money, and they were scared to death to put a shovel in the ground. Which I don't blame you developers, but you guys lived that high flying, high rewards, and also big shots taken at you. However, so what I'm saying is we do accommodate them because we also know we can't build houses as a county. I would love it if we could be developers and start making money out here on this market because I think we could beat everybody. However, you can't say that on one side. Well, you can say anything you want, but I don't think it's consistent. And then say on another side, well, it's not our fault if you didn't have staff or labor or materials. Well, no, it's not their fault either. It's the reality we're living in now, especially with the embargo of all materials during COVID. So I just wanted to state that for a record. We always are dynamic, expanding, collapsing, moving, and all the different issues that are going on. And largely, I believe staff has done a good job in that area and has told us, Mr. Solaro, that I needed to grant the extension or our homes would be worth $1 million apiece that are built brand new. And who do we want to live in those? That's not the community I ever want to live in, that only millionaires can live in. I'm gone. Because there's no arts, there's no culture, there's no diversity, there's nothing. It's Silicon Valley. So I just wanted to put that on the record. We are dynamic and we expand and we contract with the development community because government doesn't do development, although I still think we would do it better. But that's just my argument. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'm not trying to point out any sort of that. I just wanted to make sure that that was set for the record. We are always in back and forth and flee and flow. And what does staff say about this? That's why we give the Community Services Development Director the right to accept or deny, because it's always complex and moving. I will put another thing, Mr. Developers out there. We also at the Board of Health, during the great downturn, did a fundamental review of all of our features and benefits and charges. And we could have raised all your rates. We had every right to raise your rates. We paused it. You know how much I got back for that? 0. We paused all your rate increases, but when we found out we also did things much cheaper on the other side that we were charging too high, guess what I had to do? Go down to the cheaper rate. You can't continue to do that. So I'm just saying that it's not as black and white for and against. We are always working as a partnership. Staff better be working as a partnership because this pays their back to the don't just spend my money, also bring some money in. Staff also knows that pays their salary because I'm going to tell you something. We kept a lot more of you planners than we ever needed to during the great downturn. And we shuffled you around places. So I'm just trying to put some perspective of an old dog up here for 15 years, how much this has to ebb and flow, and why we go to the builders to say, we're changing this, or why we go to AGC and say, what do you think? Because the end users often tell us how to be nimble, as much as government can be, through these crazy times. And I might add to you, I've been watching Zillow since COVID, which means I know nothing, just enough to be dangerous. This is the first time in the last quarter I've seen foreclosures, price reductions. We're going back in, baby dolls, and I hope you've got your seatbelts on. But that is part of being a good board. You have to react to the times. You are not a planner, nor should you be. You don't go in and say, well, this checks. You're supposed to be dynamic, innovative, and trying to move with the community and the community investors, because that's what they are. So that's all. I just wanted to make sure we got that on the record because it changes all the time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And my point only was to say at what point is it perfect where all the stars align? So hold on just a second, Commissioner Herman. Commissioner Lucy, go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. I agree with the comments Commissioner Chung just made. During my tenure, I've always said, we need to be the county of getting to yes instead of the county of no. And I believe you and I, or you, even more than all the board combined, work diligently with CSD, because one of the things that you and I both realized when we very new to within your first 2 years and me very brand new, is that the code was so antiquated and redundant and confusing that our development code needed to be updated. And you spent many, many hours working on lots of different chapters to revise that. And I think that we see, once again, today is a perfect example of that ambiguity in our code, is that you've got words that say file versus record, which is present, which is appeal. It's very challenging because it's not consistent amongst, and it's very, it's just a very convoluted roadmap sometimes. And so what I would proffer as a solution, not that I want to issue another extension to Sierra Reflections. I think they've had plenty of extensions on tentative maps. I think you're right. I think that they need to really take this seriously, being that we're 16 years into this project. They want to move forward with the development. They should. They made a concerted effort to submit a final map to us. Now, was that final map exactly the way we wanted it? No. Should we give them 60 days, 90 days, 120 days to address some of those concerns? I would be amenable to that. If staff would be amenable to working with them to find those resolutions with their final map to make sure that it adheres to today's day and age. And then what I would recommend, Chairman, to you and to potentially the new board, would to bring back a new development agreement that has amendments that would include potential concessions and constraints and conditions that they would be able to participate in a very new, very dynamic community in South Tricky Meadows that didn't necessarily need the infrastructure that it did when it was initially proposed that it does now. And remember, when this was initiated, they were still constructing the I-580 interchange extension bridge over this period, and there was a ton of traffic. There was quite a bit of traffic on the old 395 South. Well, that traffic pattern has changed. A lot of things have changed now that are maybe more conducive for this development now. So those are things that I wish that potentially, if this board were to approve this today, to come back and address those concerns in a certain time period and then potentially redo a development agreement that has additional conditions of approval from this board.
Okay. Mr. Edwards, give us some guide rails here.
Happy to, in the sense of what Commissioner Lucy was just talking about,
Yes.
or yes. What you're doing today is deciding whether or not to uphold or reverse the decision below to reject this final map submission. If the appetite of the board is to overturn that and approve the final map submission, I would recommend that you make that subject to reasonable requirements of staff within a certain time period. I'll throw out 120 days. You could be a different time period. I'm just throwing that out. Those kind of requirements would be things like, drawings and schematics and engineering reports and things like that that back up the information that's in the final map, and would also potentially include the 5 residential lots that staff is talking about in their presentations here today. With respect to the development agreement portion that Commissioner Lucy is talking about, that I view that as a secondary piece that I'm not totally sure you'd want to marry up to the decision today on the final map itself. That's something they could come back with down the road, and they could do another development agreement down the road that did things like modernize provisions from the original map so that they conform more closely to the changes that have occurred in the development code and the master plans and the zoning and things like that have happened in the interim. So that's how I view it. I think today you either uphold the rejection of the final map or you approve it, and if you approve it, then you make them comply with staff's requirements for a submission within a certain timeline. That would be my recommendation. And then I think staff has been here and heard all the comments on the development agreement idea, which I think is something they could pursue separately, but on sort of a parallel track with the final map submission.
Okay. Talk to me about voting requirements. Are there any? Does this require a supermajority?
No, simple majority, not a supermajority. Okay. And here's another piece on this today. I'll say a couple of things, and I'm not offering my comments in an advocacy position. I'm offering them as guidance. I'll say that your planning staff is not wrong in bringing forward some of these concerns. I mean, these are legitimate concerns. This is a fairly novel scenario because I was around doing planning back when you were talking about earlier, you and Commissioner Jung, when you were talking about the downturn. And I remember when the development agreements became the item du jour because projects were dying and they were coming in getting extensions. And I remember when that was the daily thing. And I think that in that time since then, I can't recall ever seeing this sequence of events taking place where an extension gets denied, then there's a rush to bring in a final map. And then the question is it final? Is it a final enough final map? Or is it not final enough? And that's where you are right now. That's what you're deciding today. And so we're about 4 layers into conceptuality here, and that's not the easiest place to live. And I think staff has done the best they can with that and bringing that forward. So they're not wrong. But here's the other interesting twist of planning law. The same record can include substantial evidence that favors either outcome, even though they're both opposite. And the courts allow that. The courts allow that. And they say, it doesn't matter if the evidence in the record would have supported, option A and you chose option B instead, as long as there's substantial evidence to support option B as well. So you have that capability of one of these scenarios existing where both things could be true. Staff could be raising substantial evidence points about why this is a concern. The appellant could be raising legitimate points about why their concerns are legitimate. And then it becomes your decision, which is the hard decision, is which path do you want to go down in this situation? And you've heard visceral arguments today and legal arguments today, and they make it a tough call, but you do have those options available to you.
Schrodinger's cat.
Schrodinger's cat.
Okay. One last question. Setting precedent. What's if we overturn this and say, okay, we're gonna allow the applicant to come back, how does that set us up into for future generations of decisions by this board or future boards?
Yeah, it's a good question. There's no actual binding precedent that's created by that. You are not, for example, there's no stare decisis, as they call it in the courts, where you are bound by past decisions that you have made. There is a practical precedential effect where other developers may attempt to take advantage of that and come in here and wave around another case where you did something that's similar to what they want. Right. Usually they're distinguishable. We're talking about real property. One of the maxims of real property that you learn in law school is that it's unique. And every single piece of property is unique, and it's why it's one of the only contracts in all of law that you can get a court to order you to specifically perform instead of just giving you damages, because property is unique. So I don't have a large concern in my mind about some sort of negative precedent being created. Okay. There may be arguments made in the future that a new case is like this one, and there may be counter arguments that it's also different, and it's different in more important ways. And so that's the reality of that.
Okay, very good. Okay, answered all my questions. Commissioner Lucy, hold on just a second. Commissioner Hill, do I have you on the line?
Yes, you do. And I would love if I could just make a few
go right ahead.
Statements. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry I had to leave, but I have been listening to this whole conversation. And I think to our staff, I think in some ways we as a board put you in a tough position because, of course, the developer would come in and try to file this. And then to the developer, of course, we put you in a tough decision and situation because you had to rush in and file this. And I think that after hearing from our attorney, Nate's thoughts on this, I'm leaning towards where Commissioner Lucy is. I'd like to see us try to work with this developer, because when we put all this pressure on a development agreement written by staff that may have language that is a little different in different paragraphs, I think that it puts everyone in a bind. So that's where I'm leaning, and I just wanted to make sure I got that on the record.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. Commissioner Lucy, before I ask you for a motion, Ms. Mullen, I see that you've come up to the podium.
Mr. Chair, thank you for recognizing me. I just have a quick request that if the board does wish to approve the appeal, if you would indulge us with a 5-minute recess to just have a discussion with legal in terms of the terms for that and some of the details that you've talked about, if that is appropriate.
Okay. I'm sorry.
I thought the DA said don't do that up here, that we should just,
No, staff is asking for a 5-minute recess.
I know he is, but he said we shouldn't be putting all these terms and conditions that staff wants to talk about.
In terms of timing.
I thought he said this is not the right place.
No, I was saying that I don't think that this is the right place to add a bunch of
Okay,
conditions
sorry.
that are
Fire station.
modifications to the subdivision and improvements to the subdivision.
Right. So you guys are asking for timing issues. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put us into a brief recess. I'm going to give you 10 minutes. We're going to come back at 3:30, 3:35. That'll give you a little bit of extra time. And then we will continue this. We're in recess. Got 3:35. Okay. All right, I'm going to bring us back into session. Commissioner Lucy, do we still have you?
I'm here, sir.
Okay, very good. Commissioner Hill, do we have you?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Sorry, couldn't find the button.
Okay, very good. All right, just wanted to make sure that we had everybody. Commissioner Lucy, tell us your thoughts.
Chairman, I appreciate, first of all, I want to thank everybody for their participation in working on this project. I led the charge last time with my frustrations with rural properties and the continuous requests for extensions that this project has received over the past 16 years. Now, I understand there are changes, societal changes and economic changes that lead to the need for constant extensions until maps can be filed and projects can be started. I think that rural properties took advantage of certain situations to move things forward. However, though, when this county decided to finally assert itself and no longer allow for any further extensions and asked to rural properties to either perform or not, they chose to perform. And I believe that they did perform, but did they perform as they should in today's modicum? I don't think so. And so what I would ask as a viable solution, so that, to Mr. Garrett Gordon's phrase, a win-win solution for everybody, is that we reverse the denial, and this is in the form of a motion, sir, but we reverse the denial of the planning or community services director's decision to deny the final map of Sierra Reflections and allow them a certain period of time. And I would ask staff to, if somebody could give me what would be a reasonable amount of time for things to be addressed. Ms. Mullen?
So, Mr. Lucy, are you thinking 60 or so days? Is that what you're thinking?
I'm thinking 60 or so days, if that seems acceptable to Ms. Mullen.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioner. What we had discussed internally during the break, and thank you for indulging us with that, was actually allowing for a preliminary submittal within 180 days from today. And I would like to back that up with just a recognition in terms of the amount of work and additional documentation that would need to be provided, that staff is in agreement that would be an appropriate time frame to allow for all of that to come together. But allowing for that preliminary submittal within 180 days from today, if the board is in agreement with that, with the additional restrictions or acknowledgements, that submittal would of course need to meet the conditions of approval from that tentative map, would need to meet the 2020 amended conditions of approval from the development agreement. That includes actually including the 5 residential lots. And recordation would need to occur within 60 days after that preliminary submittal. So essentially altogether, that would be 240 days from now. So 180 days until the preliminary submittal deadline, so to speak. And then 60 days following that the map would need to be recorded. And that would allow for that 60-day time frame for staff to complete review.
Okay.
So Chairman, based upon staff's recommendation of 180 days for preliminary submittal and a following 60 days for recordation of said submittal, that would be my motion to the board.
Okay, so Commissioner, can I, under discussion, so I have a motion by Lucy, second by Jung, under discussion. Is that drop dead? Is that no more? This is it? This is, and I'm asking Commissioner Lucy.
Yeah, this is drop dead. This is it. This is their 240 days to get it done and finished and move on.
No more extensions, and would you make that part of your motion as well, sir?
Yes, I would amend my motion that this would be the last, there would be no more extensions to be asked for, and that the current litigation be dismissed.
Okay, hold on. Okay, so seconder agrees. I have Ms. Mullen who came to the podium. Go ahead, Ms. Mullen.
I would just like to clarify if with that the motion maker also would require all of the 2020 amended conditions of approval from the development agreement to be part of that requirement, as well as a requirement to ensure that 5 residential lots or more are submitted with that preliminary submittal.
Did you hear that, Commissioner?
The motioner agrees that the 2020 development agreement amendments stay intact, and that the 5 residential lots also are a portion of that agreement as well.
Okay, perfect. All right, so we have a motion and a second, still under discussion. Mr. Gordon, would you approach the podium, please? This is not part of the motion. Tell me, hold on, this is important. I can do this. I can.
You're right, I already have a request to speak.
You're not the chair, Kitty. I want to hear what he's going to come back with. That so that we can ensure that this is not part of the current motion. That this is Commissioner Jung, please. Okay, Mr. Gordon, you've offered to come back to us with the fire station and some other stuff.
For the record, Garrett Gordon, yes, the conditions that were in my presentation,
Okay.
we are willing to comply with. If that's in working with staff on our 280-day submittal and incorporating it with them,
Okay.
that would be fine. If staff requires us to come back,
Okay. Okay,
Mr. Chair,
yes.
I need to make a comment on that.
Okay, go ahead.
Again, I'm going to recommend that you keep that separate from this.
Okay.
And I didn't hear that as part of the motion. I understand the point you're making. So,
Right.
but I'm going to
Right,
recommend
I
you keep that separate. He made representations. If they want to bring that forward, they know how to do it.
Okay.
So I would recommend you keep it separate. And then the second piece is, I don't think that your agenda is broad enough to settle the litigation today. I will say that I think that if this does get approved and the final map gets extended, then I think in all likelihood, the effect on the litigation with that is that it moots the litigation. But I don't think you can include that in the motion today.
So we have to remove that from the
Yes, I would
motion.
say yes, you have to remove
Okay.
that.
But Nate, wouldn't
Yes.
they, in the letter that I have in front of me saying that they would offer from Lemons and Grundy that they would dismiss upon so I'm just restating what was in the letter.
Understood. I think as long as it's not part of the motion, I understand you're just saying that you're pointing out that's what they've represented. I think they know how to make good on the
Okay.
representations they've made, but I would remove it from the motion.
All right, so then I would remove the dismissal of the litigation from my motion, sir.
Okay. Seconder agree? Okay. All right, we have a motion and a second. We have had discussion. Is there any public comment, Madam Clerk?
There is not.
Okay. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously. Okay? Okay, we've lost Commissioner Jung. Okay, thank you. Okay, that takes us, Mr. Manager, to item number 17.
Item 17 and 18, Mr. Chair, are second readings, so I'll turn that over to the clerk.
Okay? Madam Clerk.
This will be ordinance number 1693 if approved.
You confirm.
An ordinance pursuant to Nevada Revised Statutes 278.0201 through 278.0207, adopting a development agreement as required by the Warm Springs Specific Plan, WSSP, at WSSP.8.1 to utilize the regulatory zone designation specified on the Warm Springs Specific Plan, Land Use Plan 4. Tentative parcel map case WTPM 22-0009 Murphy, which is a tentative parcel map dividing a plus or minus 40.23 acre parcel, APN 077-140-03, excuse me, into three parcels of plus or minus 30.23 acres, plus or minus 5.0 acres, and plus or minus 5.0 acres. In order to develop any property in the WSSP more densely than general rural one dwelling unit 40 acres, the specific plan requires that a development agreement be approved. Among other things, the development agreement adopts development standards for the property in conformance with the Warm Springs Specific Plan Development Standards Handbook Framework. A component of the Washoe County Master Plan, such as standards relating to uses, accessory structures, building requirements, setbacks, heating and fireplaces, architecture, landscaping, fencing, lighting, utilities, and other matters concerning the development of the land. The development agreement also specifies the denser development potential available on the property, which in this case would result in one residential parcel of plus or minus 30.23 acres and two residential parcels of plus or minus 5 acres. Finally, the development agreement provides for the participation of future property owners in any assessment district or general improvement district, providing services, facilities, and/or maintenance for the specific plan area. The applicants and property owners are David and Joanna Murphy. The subject site is approximately plus or minus 40.23 acres in size and is located at 1555 Sherrick Road. The assessor's parcel number is 077-140-03. The master plan category is 62% plus or minus 24.94 acres, suburban residential SR, and 38% plus or minus 15.28 acres, rural R, and the regulatory zone is 62% plus or minus 24.94 acres, low density suburban LDS, and 38% plus or minus 15.28 acres, general rural GR. This was Bill number 1884.
Okay. All right. It has been read into the record. Do we have any public comment on this item, Madam Clerk?
We do not.
Okay, I will close public comment. I will bring it back to the board. We saw a first reading on this. Commissioner Herman, this is your district. Ordinance number 1693.
I move to adopt ordinance number 1693 as provided by the county clerk. Okay.
Yep, as listed.
And adopting an ordinance pursuant to NRS 278.0201 through 0207, approving a development agreement as required by the Warm Springs Specific Plan at WSSP .8.1 to utilize the regulatory zone designation specified on the Warm Springs Specific Plan, Land Use Plan for tentative parcel case number WTPM 22-0009 in Murphy's, which is a tentative parcel map dividing a 40.23 acre parcel APN 077-140-03 into three parcels of 30.23 acres, 5.0 acres, and 5.0 acres.
Okay. Okay, so I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner Herman, second by Commissioner Lucy. We've asked for public comment. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? Motion carries unanimously, and please let the record reflect that Commissioner Jung is no longer with us. Madam Clerk, Mr. Manager, that takes us now to item number 18.
18 or 19, Mr. Chair? Is it
Sorry?
18 or 19?
It's 18.
Oh, it is. Okay, I'm sorry. 18 is a second
It's also,
reading.
it's a second
Okay.
reading. I've just
Okay.
given you the option to open it up. Madam Clerk, would you give us a second
Sorry.
reading and an ordinance number?
This will be ordinance number 1694, if adopted. An ordinance amending Washoe County Code Chapter 45, Public Welfare by adding a section defining low-income households, very low-income households, extremely low-income households, and permanent supportive housing, and by amending provisions related to the establishment and purpose of the Washoe County Affordable Housing Trust Fund, the administration of the fund, which is to be administered by the Housing and Homeless Services Division of Washoe County, rather than a nonprofit contractor, the use of a fiscal agent to collect, hold, manage, and disperse fund assets, the potential funding sources and availability of monies in the fund, the use and disbursement of monies in the fund, the location of units projects to be assisted with fund monies, and requirement for the annual evaluation and all matters necessarily connected therewith and pertaining thereto. This was Bill number 1883.
Okay. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment on this item?
We do not.
Okay, we'll close public comment. I'll bring it back to the board. I'm looking for a motion to adopt ordinance number 1694.
Mr. Chairman, I move to adopt ordinance number 1694, amending Washoe County Code Chapter 45 as outlined in the staff report.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Because I have a motion by Vice Chair Hill, second by Commissioner Herman. We have asked for public comment. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. That now takes us, Mr. Manager, to our final public comment, item number 19.
Public comment heard under this item will be limited to 3 minutes per person and may pertain to matters both on and off the commission agenda. The commission will also hear public comment during individual action items with comment limited to 3 minutes per person. Comments are to be made to the commission as a whole.
Okay. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comment?
We don't have anybody in chambers, but I did receive an email from Elise Weatherly, which I will place on the record.
Thank you so much. We will close public comment. We'll bring it back to the board, and that takes us now to item number 20. Mr. Manager.
Item 20 is commissioners and county managers' announcements, reports, and updates to include boards and commissions updates, requests for information or topics for future agendas.
Okay, Mr. Manager, do you have any such items?
I do not, Mr. Chair.
Commissioners on the phone, do you have any such items?
No, thank you, Mr. Chair.
No, thank you, Chairman.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Herman, do you have anything under Commissioners' announcements?
No,
Okay, all right. Thank you so much, Commissioners. We are adjourned.